Oh, howdy all, grab yourself a drink. It is time for some Path of Exile 1 discussion. Welcome to a second look at the 3.29 patch notes. I did a patch note summary sort of breakdown when they came out over on Twitch, but where sometimes I would just rip that and upload it again, I wasn't very happy with it because there's a lot of things in the patch notes that become a lot clearer once you've got the whole context. And so when you're reading down from top to bottom, you're thinking, oh, this is looking fantastic. This is looking fantastic. This build is going to be great. And then you get to a point that goes, oh, all of those thoughts were for nothing because a critical piece of it has gone and ended up going and getting nerfed somewhere. And you're like, oh, I don't think this is a thing anymore. So there's going to be a lot to get into in this. We're going to be looking at the patch notes, of course, which is going to be the main focus. I do also want to have a quick look at the features overview as well, because I feel like these two things bounce off each other a lot, but that's going to be a quick view. I'm going to assume you've already watched Grinding Gear Games' official trailer and also already watched either their breakdown of that trailer and all of the high-level features, and you just want a recap of them, or you watched my discussion of it over on Twitch when that was live, or someone else's thoughts, just basically that you've got a bit of a sense as to what's going to be present. As always with a stream on YouTube, if you join late, you can speed it up and try and catch up, and this will remain online afterwards and be findable. Also, I want to plug my side project as well. I have a fiction project that I'm working on. You'll see a link down in the description below. It is called Archangels of Phobos, and I just wanted to mention that at the start of this stream, but you're not here for that. You are here to discuss 3.29, the Curse of the Allflame expansion. So I'm going to start out by saying that there's going to be a number of things in the way of new content that we don't really know much about yet. Now, we've seen some gameplay footage of the Curse of the Allflame content. It looks like it's a sort of area that you pick up reagents that you can use in the same way that you'd use, say, a heist contract, and it opens up a new combat area. It's got a couple of its own rules, but fundamentally, it just looks like it's a small combat area. That's what we know so far about that content, but who knows how accurate that is. There's often a lot of secrets, and one thing that a lot of people have speculated, this is speculation is often wrong, but a lot of people have speculated that a number of the things that were present in Mirage League as specific rewards for specific content that was encountered in a Mirage. So an example of this would be if you encountered expedition content in a Mirage, you might get an Afarud logbook. So these had specific additional rewards available for them over and above your normal logbook ones. Well, there's some speculation that maybe some of those things might exist inside the Curse of the Allflame content. But, very important but, we don't know whether this is true or not. So we shall find out all of that information over time. Definitely expect that there will be videos checking in on what's been discovered, especially days 1, day 2, day 3. Lots and lots of stuff will be discovered at that point. These are some of the seabed charts that you'll find. And then on top of that, there's also the voyages that you'll go on, which is where you spend a bunch of those and you can then find additional things down there. Now, this is one of the unique items you might find, and it's going to live or die based upon that Savage Barnacle skill. It would need to be extraordinarily good for this to be something you would use at endgame. That said, you might use it at level 62 if you happen to have it. After this, there is the Allflame crafting. Please keep this one in mind when it comes specifically to some of the things that you can do with the new Abyss items that were added. So there is that Abyss helmet that came up in the day 15 video. If you haven't seen that, I actually don't have a link to that down in the description below because I'm a bit slack there, but you'll find it easily enough on my channel. And in that one, we look at something that you can do there. But one of the key things is that you can modify crafting tools. And this here, Rotmother's Duke Cat, is one that doesn't really apply anything here. This just adds a trap or mine modifier. This is potentially really cool, but it's something that is not really revolutionary. And this Ducat here is the one that's being shown in the background, is the one that changes a modifier to be from one attribute to another. So strength to int, or I think they're both strength to int in that case. This here is just a little bit of a heads up about some of the ultimate seabed charts and various things that can come up, the Black Current. This is just some of the higher end content that's available in the new League mechanic. We don't know enough about that to talk about. But here we have something really important. Mercenaries are returning. There is going to be a fair bit more about this in the patch notes as well. And the implementation of mercenaries is actually ingenious, because they've made it so that mercenaries are kind of like a shrine if you encounter them normally. If you are a normal character and you encounter a mercenary, they're going to be a huge in-area power boost for you. You can bring them along for the rest of that map. However, if you encounter a mercenary and you want to keep them longer, you can potentially get them to a luminary. Luminaries are a new Scion ascendancy, and they can have a permanent mercenary, which is something that is completely and utterly new. This is something that's absolutely revolutionary in terms of the way it's going to play. I think luminaries are going to be something that are going to require very different gear to a normal character. They could potentially be quite good, but they're not going to be something that's easy to build around at all. I think that an infamous kineticist is most likely what you're going to want, one that has a lot of damage projection on it, and then you bring the flame link and let the mercenary bring its own damage projection. Also, there's a couple other things here that you can see. There is the Scarab, and it looks like actually the GGG site has frozen here for a second. So hopefully that unfreezes. This is one of the warrants. This is then going to allow you to fight that same mercenary once more. And then you've got a Scarab that allows you to get a mercenary. But there are other Scarabs, and they're more interesting, and they're in the patch notes. So this is all things you need to know about in advance to really understand things in the patch notes. Did I mention something about you bring the flame link, let the mercenary hit everything? Well, you've got Golden Glory, increases in reductions to light radius on your character, also apply to the effect of your link buff skills applied to your mercenary. So that's something silly that you can do that is going to kind of be funny, I think. And you can actually get, 15% light radius just out of the Ascendancy, and there's a number of items that will give you more than that. You can do some silly things here, and also if your Link Mercenary dies, you don't go splat. Then you've got 2 points left. You can do some really strong things there. Now, one question that's already coming up in chat, and this is one that I think really needs to be said. This note here, Noble Blood, you can hire a mercenary permanently. No, there is no Forbidden Flame or Forbidden Flesh jewel for this, nor is there a Forbidden Flame or Flesh jewel for anything in the Scion except those that are on the Ascendant. So the Scion has gone from having only one Ascendancy to having 3, but only one of them has Forbidden Jewels associated with it. The other one that exists as well, the Reliquarian, was added quite recently. That one also does not have Forbidden Jewels associated. Abyss is getting reworked, and there's kind of a bit to say about this when we get to the Scarabs. Abyss has got some new Scarabs that are available, and this here is Spine Snatch. This is a weapon that kind of doesn't do very much for me so far, but hey, feel free to play around with it if you want. And then we have the changes that are taking place to Legion. This has been getting a lot of discussion online, and I want to just clarify a couple of things that most people may have missed, especially because Grinding Gear Games, they announced this in detail, but they also provided summaries that don't tell you all the details. And the most important thing is that when you are using these enshrouding crystals, these are going to be drops that replace the old, they're going to be uncommon or rare drops. We don't know how rare, but they're going to come from, I think, the generals of the armies. So Marraketh General, if you find them in a map or something like that. Those are then going to provide you with the ability to transfer a mod from an item, a unique item, but it must be a unique item that can accept armorer's scraps. So you can't do this with weapons, you can't do this with jewelry. Those can then be able to be transferred onto other unique items. The donor unique item can be anything in the game except for things that are always corrupted, at least as far as we know. The recipient unique item, though, has to be from the Drop Anywhere pool. So not things that are boss drops. It needs to be something you can get from normal monsters. So here you can see a Pinnacle boss drop, Shaper's Touch, being turned into an enshrouded item. Then it's put into this incubator, and then someone's going and doing a whole bunch of content. And then they turn out to get Snakebite out of this, because Snakebite's one of the more common unique gloves. So their Shaper's Touch turns into Snakebite, but that Snakebite remembers the mod 1% increased energy shield per 10 strength. We suspect, and we do not know, but we suspect that the relative rarity of each of these unique items as a recipient item will be proportional to their relative drop rate from monsters. So that would mean that something like Snakebite, which I think is a tier 4 or maybe tier 5 unique, that's going to be something like 35 to 40 times as common as a tier 2 rarity item, such as, I believe, Repentance. I believe that is a tier 2 rarity set of gloves. And particularly things like Aegis Aurora, these are going to be very rare as recipient items and very, very in demand. So this is going to encourage a lot of destruction of unique items, and it is also going to have a few things that it is explosive with. The first thing that comes to mind as a potential donor item that could do silly things is the Apostate. This is a drop from the Uber Cortex, and it is, kind of ridiculous if it transfers at full strength. Other things that I'm quite excited to experiment with are there's the quite rare boots, Abrath's Hooves, that have the same sort of proliferation, but not proliferation effect that is found on Beano's Kitchen Knife and Beric's Respite and Master Toxicist in the Pathfinder. So this type of pseudo-proliferation, for Ignites, you can only get that in 2 places on the game, Abrath's Hooves and Beric's Respite. And it might be the case, especially if you can transfer it off, if you can transfer that mod off, because there's some question. We don't know what mods can be transferred off Abrath's Hooves. But if you can transfer that off, that could be quite explosive. We'll see exactly what you get there. Now, transfers will sometimes apply at full strength and sometimes not at full strength. Some examples we know. Tabula Rasa, we believe, at least as something transfers as all sockets are linked, and I believe that is Tabula Rasa, but I don't think we know that for absolute certain. It could conceivably be Skin of the Loyal as well, because that also has all sockets linked. But there's also things that will transfer at reduced effect. So we know for certain that Cloak of Flame is going to transfer 20% physical damage taken as fire, whereas the actual item itself has 40%. We know for sure a couple of other things are going to transfer at reduced rates, but we don't know what those numbers are. Calm's Heart was mentioned. I think they were going to go for 200 or 250, and I don't think Grinding Gear Games had made up their mind as yet. Anyways, very complex system. We have these Atlas Anomalies, which are something people haven't really talked about this much. These are things that kind of replace a bunch of other systems in the game, but they're intended to be a sort of, maybe not jackpot, but a semi-jackpot that will show up sometimes once you've got a Void Stone. So if you complete a map that is affected by a Void Stone, you will have a percentage chance, probably quite a low percentage chance, to then have one of these anomalies manifest, and you can then go and run it. They're like a unique map, but they're not tradable. Then we have the socket color rework. This is probably the biggest systems overhaul that Grinding Gear Games have done in a long time. Now, the first thing to note here, people haven't been paying enough attention to this. With this socket color rework, the large, in fact, overwhelming majority of sockets are going to be white sockets. White sockets are now, they still function the way they do in the game at the moment, but they're actually the worst socket. So white sockets work like a white socket does now. It can accept any gem, and it has no bonuses to any gem. A blue socket in the new system can accept a blue, red, or green gem. So like a white socket can now. But if you happen to put a blue gem in there, you'll get plus 10 quality on that blue gem, which is pretty substantial. And that's going to be the case for every gem, whether it's a skill gem, whether it's a support gem. Chromatic orbs are going to get rarer, and we don't know how much rarer. There is some speculation that they might be comparable to a modern day Blessed Orb, or Gemcutter's Prism, Blessed Orb, that sort of tier. There is some speculation they might be comparable to a modern day Divine Orb, and there's some speculation they might be rarer than that. We don't know which of these is true, but what we do know is that Grinding Gear Games have made a decision that if you have an item that is simultaneously 6-socketed and is red, blue, green linked, then the vendor recipe that needs to take precedence there is the Chromatic Orb one, because they consider a Chromatic Orb to be more precious than 7 Jeweler's Orbs. That is very different to the current game, where actually there are vendor recipes where you can upgrade 3 Jeweler's Orbs into 1 Chromatic Orb. So the Chromatic Orb vendor recipe is going to be quite rare because you are not often going to have red, green, blue linked. And that's because there'll be so many white sockets in the way. And we'll have to find out exactly all of the details on how that works. There is someone who has a tool that's been created already for optimizing a whole bunch of things. That tool is going to be made available for like on day one. They're going to spend a lot of time in standard. This is the old Varici calculator. They're going to spend a whole lot of time in standard doing testing with it, and then they're going to upgrade that tool, and that will have the best information that is known. So don't know the exact details yet, but that is going to be a very substantial change. I would strongly suggest players do not anticipate getting very many colored sockets for the moment. Work under the assumption that you are mostly going to have white sockets early on, and even to the point that you're doing your first Pinnacle boss kills, and that something that will come online later than that is getting all of your skill gems and really important really important support gems to get that 10 quality on it. And don't expect to get 6 non-white sockets on your primary links generally ever. I think that's going to be the key thing there. So yeah, this is going to be fantastic here, but it's going to be a big improvement, I think, for early game. Like, you don't need to deal with any of the mess where items don't exist. Like, they're just not loot because they don't have the appropriate link sockets. Also, one thing of note, the Omen of Blanching that you're familiar with is going to do a kind of similar thing. The Omen of Trichromatism is going to provide a red, a blue, and a green socket. So this, I think, will probably be about as valuable as an Omen of Blanching is now. And another question that's come up in chat, any news on Tainted Chromatic Orbs? They're going to be rarer, but I think they're going to do the same thing. But that means that they'll randomize the sockets that are on an item, but with the potential of being white sockets as well. So I think this is going to end up playing really well. It just deals with a lot of annoying clunk early in the game where everyone just hides things that aren't useful colors. And it's something that is going to mostly, like, it'll make the campaign slightly quicker for veteran players and enormously smoother for rookie players, I think. And yeah, you just got to keep an eye on some of the qualities as well, because you've got to prioritize now. There's this new layer of min-maxing where you've got to prioritize which of your gems you get colored first. That's going to be the thing that's really interesting there. Okay, so that is the socket color rework. That's quite important. There's a lot of changes to spellcasters, and this is something that's pretty significant. So we have Instruments of Justice, which is behind the Battle Mage node, and this makes you as cool as though you're wearing Sandstorm Visage, and that's something that's added to the Inquisitor, but there's also a bunch of other things that are getting additional nodes as well. The Assassin is probably getting the most interesting one, and it's important to note that at first, the Assassin's notable that was added was actually terrible, but it was then changed actually on the day that they launched the patch notes. So that got improved quite a bit there. And after this, we have new spellcaster skills. There's not been enough real additional thoughts on these from Grinding Gear Games yet to say that much about them. So we have these pack skills. We don't have all the details of them. They do complicated and weird things, and we've just got to play them. We really just got to play with them. There is also this skill, Mana Infused Staff, which provides you with a way to reserve some mana in exchange for getting quite a bit more defense out of your staff. Now, this is simultaneously a defense in the form of damage mitigation, but also, I think more significantly, it is defense in the form of retaliatory strikes that will kill any weak enemy that is pounding on you. So that's Mana Infused Staff for you. I'm not sold on this yet, but I really want to see this at 2020 and also at 2030, because if it does have a good quality bonus, that might be something that you care about there. And then after that, we have the press kit. If you haven't downloaded the press kit, just jump to pathofexile.com/Allflame. It's got a whole bunch of cool stuff in it. Anyways, that is the recap of some of the main features that are being added. But let's jump over to the actual Curse of the Allflame patch notes, which is the main thing that we're talking about. And yeah, people are talking about Winter Orb getting hyped a lot. You will see some serious buffs to Winter Orb in here. Winter Orb has had some serious buffs already. So Winter Orb is definitely looking like it's getting hyped for the right reasons. But I do want you to remember, if you are thinking of playing Winter Orb, I want you to remember all of the changes that are taking place to Void Battery, because Void Battery is a nasty nerf to some of the ways that people are building Winter Orb. So just keep that in mind. I'm not saying don't use Void Battery, but I'm just saying temper your expectations about how good Void Battery will be. It is definitely taking a hit. The other thing, though, that you can do is you can craft +7 caster staves now, which is going to be absolutely nuts for things. Right, so this is the start of the patch notes as they've started doing recently. They just put a bunch of the same sort of like this high-level overview of some of the changes that are taking place in the patch. Same sort of thing we have just been looking at, so I'm not going to go into any of that because we've kind of just been talking about it. And likewise, the Curse of the Allflame Challenge League section here, this is all that same information as well. There's only a couple of things there that are like clarifications. Hey, there's going to be the same 40 challenges and 8 in Ruthless, and you can run those if you want, and there'll be MTX rewards. And I think, for that matter, I think Mirage League actually ends in a few hours. So if you haven't done your Mirage League challenges, well, maybe you've got time. Probably you don't. I think it's really close to the end now. Okay, so we have 2 new Bloodline classes, one of which is only going to come from the Curse of the Allflame Challenge League. So presumably that is the pinnacle boss of the new content. And the other one is going to be Abyss themed, I believe. The Abyss pinnacle boss is being added. We have these 3 new exceptional skill gems. Note that these are exceptional skills, not exceptional supports. Pact of Baidat, Pact of Gore, Pact of Katash. I'm going to leave it up to all of you to try and guess where these might drop from. You know, what sort of boss might happen to drop these? The Starish bloodline is gone as well. People are asking about that there. Yep. Starish bloodline is gone. So we've got 2 new bloodlines, one of which is only in Curse of the Allflames so far, and one of which will be permanently available from the Abyss content. Unless Grinding Gear Games decide to do something weird. So yeah, people in chat are saying that perhaps Hillock drops these Pact of Baidat, Gore, and Katash. Maybe if you have a look beyond there, you might find them, but that's going to be the spot you want to look for. So these are things that are designed for self-casters. They have a debuff that's built into them, so essentially you're going to be casting a skill, like you're going to get some benefit from it, but you're also going to take a drawback. And they haven't been well received yet, but they might end up being so good people use them anyway. There is also Pact of Lycia, and who knows, this one might also be something that comes from a boss that you can sort of think of if you really try and work it out. This one is for channeling builds. So a number of things here. Katash for Val skills, you've got Pact of Gore for dot skills, and you've got Pact of Baidat for either projectile skills or chaining beam skills or applying an effect to a targeted location. So lots of complex things that are going on. Really can't judge these just based off the descriptions. These are going to take a lot more information. Exceptional support gem being added, coursing currents. Again, it's really hard to judge these based upon the lack of information we've got so far. Support skills that hit enemies, providing increased area of chill and increased effective chill and shock inflicted with supported skills, causing enemies to be chilled when they suffer a shock from your hits, and causing them to be shocked when they suffer a chill from your hits. So this is something that you might use on a secondary skill, especially if you are playing something like Orb of Storms and Galvanic. What's the name of that Galvanic skill? Galvanic something anyway. That setup, if you're playing that, your Orb of Storms, you might want to have coursing currents on it, and it can then also apply chill so that the monsters that survive your Galvanic Blast, or whatever it's called, those monsters will end up then being chilled as well, which makes it a bit easier. But ultimately, you are mostly trying to inflict chill on them. One thing that's important to note is this is only chilled by your hits, so chilling areas on the ground is the thing that is not going to work there. And it's Lightning Conduit, actually, sorry. I think it might actually be Lightning Conduit is the skill I'm trying to think of. I had Galvanic in my mind. I believe it is Lightning Conduit. Sorry to confuse people in chat there, and also especially double confuse anyone that's watching after the fact, but There's going to be little mistakes like that. That is the sort of thing that if I was doing this video recorded, that's the sort of thing that I would be going, hey, you know what? Let's edit that one out and let's put it in later. Added a new exceptional support gem, Crystal Fall. Supported skills will trigger a falling crystal on hit, causing a giant crystal of Abyssal Soulstone to be called from above, falling to slam down at the targeted location. Now this is slam skills only, and it cannot support triggered skills or skills used by things other than you. This just sounds really cool. I don't know if it's going to be any good or not, but it's just one of those really fun looking things so far. Next, we have a mana-infused staff. We were sort of mentioning that before, and I think there's not really that much more to say about this. This is retaliating to kill those weak enemies that are swarming you, and also providing you with an increased amount of block to make up for the fact that it is inherently much less defensively strong to be using a staff rather than using a shield and some sort of caster stick. So ultimately, I think this is just part of a pool of things that they're doing to try and buff staves in general. And this is one that probably won't work for everyone, but it will work for some people. Divine Blast of Radiance. This one is rather complex. Like Divine Blast in general, this is one of those bizarre skills. This one causes you to mark an area with your shield, dealing instant application damage and some delayed application damage as a hit. Anyways, a really complex sort of thing there that is just getting a new transfigured version of it. It scales really weirdly, it scales off the level of your shield. So keep that one in mind. It's just a really weird one. Holy Hammer of Spirals. I think this was the day 4 teaser video. Holy Sweep of Hammerfalls is new. This is swinging a two-handed mace or staff in a circle, calling down waves of Holy Hammers for a duration. Increases and reductions to attack speed will affect the rate at which these Hammerfalls occur. So this is something that is, again, it's not a slam, but it sort of feels a bit like a slam, I think, in that it's a slow attack that triggers a lot of other stuff with it. And then also increases and reductions to attack speed scale it up. So if you want that sort of, I don't want to be playing a slam, but I want something that's sort of almost like that visceral, big, hard-hitting skill type feeling, then this might be the one for you. And ultimately, it's just an option. I don't know whether it's any good or not. We don't have any numbers. Reap of Butchery we have seen though, and this one looked cool. I think this was the day 4 video, and it definitely does some serious damage if you want to go all in on the DOT component of Reap. Now, very important to note, Grinding Gear Games have said they are doing some additional testing of DOT damage that is coming from non-ailment sources. They are doing a pass on this, and we don't know the exact numbers on it yet. So that's going to be time. We'll find that information out, but we don't know it yet. 15 new unique items. That actually feels like not that many, given that we've got the Abyss content getting a bunch of them, and because it's getting a whole new Pinnacle boss, and we also have the Undersea content getting some as well. There might be only 1 or 2 added to the core drop pool, and at the same time, a number of things from the core drop pool are actually being removed from the core drop pool because they are being placed back as mercenary exclusive items. Azadi Crest is probably the most high profile of these. Azadi Crest is not going to be something that you can pull out of a Legion incubator. So those of you that have been thinking about enshrouding a whole bunch of Aegis Auroras hoping to get an Azadi Crest, yeah, bad luck. That's not going to work. Added 3 new divination cards. It is incredible how substantial the effect of new divination cards can be on a farming meta sometimes. Normally, they're not very impactful, but just a few of them are. And especially recently, we had that huge impact one, the Miracle, I think it was called, in 3.29. 3.28. That was the one for Awakened Empower, Awakened Enlighten, or Awakened Enhance. A very, very rare card, but it's one that did have a very big impact on the Trade League economy just by virtue of it existing. So that's something that's definitely there. Chronopol is asking back on Reap of Butchery how people scale this skill, and it tends to be Elementalist. It tends to be done on Elementalist, and I think there's a couple of people, Rutu, I think, had a guide to Fizzdot, that it's generally one of those builds that projects damage really well, but is only mid-tier against bosses. But Reap of Butchery might be able to turn that around a little bit. So that's the sort of thing that people have done in the past with it. They definitely do have builds, like there are definitely builds around it that have worked. And I think one of the key things with Elementalist there is that you've got, I think it's the Chaos Golem that provides you with damage over time multiplier unconditional. And you also have the Flame Golem, which provides you with damage percent unconditional. So you've got a bunch of things that are coming together there already. And then there's a few other things that you can scale elsewhere. Next, we have the keywording and pop-up pinning system from POE 2. This is looking absolutely, absolutely fantastic. The Pearlescent Amulet base is being added. This is going to have tri-elemental resistances as an implicit modifier. And I don't know off the top of my head if we've seen the numbers on this. I feel like this is going to be for more early and mid-game. Whereas late game, you're going to just want to use a Heist Amulet if you can afford one. If you can't afford a Heist Amulet, then this is just another good choice. Definitely something that you can use there. One question that's come up while we're on the topic of enshrouding uniques is what happens if you enshroud a Foulborn unique? You can't do it because the magic types don't mix. Grinding Games mentioned that explicitly. They're not going to be available. Also, people are saying what the most popular League starter is looking like being Winter Orb, I think. Winter Orb, we'll get to that when we get to come to the buffs, but it's looking really, really strong. And yeah, coming up, one other thing that's come up was the high spaces. Beast splitting is gone. Now, and also there's been some nerfs to itemized reflecting miss. These have a combo effect. And the nerfs to itemized reflecting mist are going to make applying reflecting mist to high spaces less of a popular thing to do than it was in the past. That is going to mean that there will be a lower price for those bases. At the same time, the removal of beast splitting is going to work in the opposite direction. That's going to increase the cost of them. But also, Grinding Games did say that premium bases have their drop rates pre-nerfed to account for the fact that they always get split. So that pre-nerfing might be removed. We don't know if that's getting removed or not. If it does, if they decide that these tier 1 rarity bases are going to become tiers 2, then that's going to be an absolutely transformative thing there. And otherwise, Heist will actually be more lucrative though if they keep them rare. It's one of those weird things that people always think that you want your items that are chased to be more common so that you get them more often. It's actually more lucrative when they're rarer, which is kind of crazy there. After this, we have Volatile Valorbs and Crystallized Rancor. These have gone core. Crystallized Rancor is going to come from those Atlas Anomalies we were talking about. Volatile Valorbs is going to come from the Sanctum. And they're going to have dedicated slots in the Currency Stash tab. Now, this is something I think a lot of people have slept on. Players were asking for a new Chaos Orb sync. Grinding Games have delivered here. I still think that Exalted Orbs would make a better currency now. In the current state of the game, we don't have... The Chaos Orb isn't in Crisis the way that the Path of Exile 2 Exalted Orb is in Crisis. Like, it's just not a currency. It's like a Path of Exile 1 Armorer's Scrap or a Path of Exile 1 Orb of Transmutation or Orb of Binding. No one wants them. People do use them, but they pick up more than they need. That's the case in Path of Exile 2 with the Exalted Orb. It's not really a currency, and people use Divine Orbs for big trades and Chaos Orbs for medium trade. Or, well, Divine Orbs for medium trades, Chaos Orbs for small trades. There is no large currency in Path of Exile 1. In 2. In Path of Exile 1, we've had this situation in the last league where there wasn't enough of a Chaos Orb sync, but inertia kept people trading in Chaos Orbs, even though Exalts would have made more sense. And that meant that we ended up in this spot where, Divine Orbs were like 600 Chaos Orbs. Even though there were only 200 Exalts, that didn't end up mattering because people thought of their wealth in terms of Chaos Orbs and Divine Orbs. So, Grinding Games have come along with a sync here. The first sync is not very important. This rerolls 3 modifiers on a rare item, and it costs 3 Chaos Orbs. I don't think that this is particularly significant here. However, reroll 1 modifier on a rare item for a cost of 8 Chaos Orbs is incredible. So what this does is it is essentially a null exalting the item, and it's like a Path of Exile 2 Chaos Orb. these things are incredible. Like Path of Exile 2 Chaos Orbs are absolutely incredible in Path of Exile 2. And that's because they are so good on an item that is fractured, that's got one modifier that's perfect. And then you just try and get a second perfect modifier using Chaos Orbs. I think it might be possible that people will start trying to do that a bit by using this new setup. It's a new crafting option that exists. Whether it ends up being good or not, at the very least, it's something that's significant to keep in mind that you've got there. And I really agree with Fred F. Hammer that the effect that the trade site has of defaulting to Chaos Orb equivalent is really substantial on keeping Chaos alive as a currency in Path of Exile 1. While we're talking about currencies, people are asking, do I think Hinakora's locks will become the new mirrors? I don't think it's going to go that far. I think the mirror has too much history, but I did do a video my Saturday, I think, but might be might be like 30 hours ago. I did a video looking at what I think will happen with respect to the changes to high-end crafting, because high-end crafting is very, very, very different. But yeah, this is really substantial here. This is much more significant than people have given it credit for. It might be the Chaos Orb sync people want. The key thing that we want to see here is a situation where some high-end crafters are buying thousands of Chaos Orbs an hour in order to delete them using this craft. If that happens, Grinding Games have had a winner, and it'll be the second one. The first one's mostly garbage. Like really, the reroll 3 modifiers on a rare, the purpose of this is you've got an item that doesn't merit a Fracturing Orb, but it's got one extraordinarily good mod on it. So let's say that you've got a Cluster Jewel that has 35% effect of small passives. So that's a very, very good mod, but the rest of the jewel is terrible. Then this will give you a 1 in 4 chance of keeping that mod and getting other good mods elsewhere on it. So yeah, that's really, really substantial there. Now, a quality of life thing here. You've got Isla in King's March, Nico in the Mining Cabin, Einhar in the Menagerie. They're all able to mass identify, and there is a crafting bench in every town from Act 2 onwards. Catalysts now have a maximum stack size of 20. Now, when I was doing my original Twitch thought version of this stream, I forgot about this line when I got later in the thing and saw, oh, they've gone and nerfed one of the Trialmaster nodes for Ultimatum, or one of the Ultimatum-specific mods that's on the Atlas. No, they haven't nerfed anything. They're changing the way that it's worded. They've just decided to add some quality of life to catalysts, but they're happy with 10 catalysts dropping from the Trialmaster. They don't want that to be 20. Otherwise, this is a quality of life nerf, in my opinion. The waypoint to the Solaris Temple level 1 in Act 8 has been moved closer to the level 2 entrance. So now my new approach in Act 8, I go counterclockwise through Act 8 when I'm solo, which I normally am. I will be going through looking for the junction. I will be dropping a waypoint there, dropping a town portal there. Then I will run to the waypoint in Solaris Concourse, at which point I will exit back to town. I will probably stuff this up a few times and accidentally hit the do the wrong thing there and use a town portal. But the idea is that I go back to town and then I will use my town portal and find the other exit from Solaris Temple level 1. That's my plan for Act 8, but I actually prefer the way that it was before. And okay, so Mercenaries of Trathus as a core league. Now, I think we've kind of talked about this in the early section when we talked about the features part of things. I don't think there's that much to say other than if you elect to level as a luminary, then you will have access to a mercenary in the Scepter of God, the Grand Arena, the Ridge, and also in the Hidden Underbelly. Mercenaries that are found in these areas will not have any rucksack items. And the idea here is I think that you can then go and reset those areas should you choose to, which I think might not be the worst idea if you are playing as a luminary. You want to get something that is not necessarily a good mercenary, but one that is serviceable, one that's the right base type. So let's say, for instance, that your goal is to provide Flame Link to your mercenary, and you want them to be someone that is dealing instant application damage so that you can scale it with your Flame Link. In that case, you probably want to have either a kineticist or Kinesis is probably your first pick, but then you could have one of the ice shot ones, one of the lightning shot ones. There's a whole bunch of bow-based ones. Pretty much actually any of the bow ones except the Toxicologist is likely to work for you there. These are guaranteed spawns, and as Reikiara says, there are also the potential for random spawns on top of that. Now, if you do get a mercenary, it will level with you with one caveat, and that is that you can't give it better gear that is beyond the level of the area you found it in. So you are going to want to replace it, but it will level with you up to 68. And that's what they're talking about here. So if you find one in the level 32, I think it is, Lower Scepter of God, then that mercenary will forever be locked at level 32 for purposes of equipping items, but they will have the stats of a level 54 monster when you're level 54, and so on. Actually, it's the area that it's not your level, it is the level of the area you're in. So if you're in late Act 7, then your mercenary will be a level 54 merc, except that they're still stuck with level 32 equipment. People are mentioning that this caps at level 68. That's because you're going to need to find a high-level mercenary then. So you will need to find a level 83 mercenary at some point, but you'll probably find a couple of upgrades while you're mapping. Especially given that I think no one's going to want the Trathus Scarabs, the baseline Trathus Scarab. No one's going to want that except people that are playing Luminaries, and it'll just be really cheap. Even if the Luminary is popular, which it isn't yet because it's completely unproven, but even if it ends up being quite popular and quite good, then even then I think you're going to have no trouble getting Trathus Scarabs, the base ones. So in map areas, if you don't like anything the mercenary offers, you're able to request their warrant. This is a promise to return and duel again at a later date. A call to action which summons that particular mercenary to a future map with the same set of skills, but new items. So those of you that are thinking you are going to buy a warrant that has Doriani's prototype on it, no, you are not. We don't know actually whether mercenaries can have unique chests assigned to them at all. You cannot put a unique chest on a mercenary. We don't know whether they can have them, whether they can spawn with them. I think the answer is that you can get them to spawn with random unique chests, but probably not Doriani's prototype. That was so disruptive to the league in patch 326 that I don't think that's going to be around. And unlike in the Mercenary of Trathus League, having a mercenary does not count as a player party member, so having a mercenary does not increase monster life, quantity, or rarity of items that are found from monsters. And yes, people are talking about, there is a scarab, the Trathus Scarab of Renown, I think it might be called. This will come up later. Oh, here it is, yeah. All equipment items on mercenaries found in the area are unique. So you can force them to spawn with a unique item. Now, specific unique chests are quite rare. So Doriani's prototype, because there are so many different chests, getting Doriani's prototype is going to be something like 1 in 1,000, even with the Trathus Scarab of Renown. However, I don't think Grinding Gear Games are going to let that happen anyway. So I think they're going to say straight out Doriani's is just not allowed to spawn at all. But we shall find out. Hopefully that's the case. And yes, there was an ultra rare mercenary that existed in the league, and that will probably be back again. The overwhelming majority of people will never see this one. In fact, only one of them spawned in the entire league in the first 12 days of Mercenaries League. So that was a really funny thing there. So I really hope that we don't see Doriani's as an option. I hope that's something Grinding Gear Games have thought of, because it is going to be a completely miserable time trying to farm the trying to go into maps with Trathus Scarab of Renown, finding whichever map, probably be Atoll, has the mercenary closest to the start, run in, check, is it the right merc? No, okay, out. It's just going to be a really, really miserable experience, and there is a section of the player base that will optimize all of the fun out of the game. They will do this, they will hate it, they will quit the game, they will never come back. That's the consequences of what will happen if that's added in there. Anyways, there's a couple of things that really matter here, though, as well as the Trathus Scarabs. Firstly, some unique items. These are ones that you used to be able to get from the core drop pool. These are being moved to be mercenaries only again. Azadi Crest. That is the highest impact one. Binds of Bloody Vengeance, the Ghastly Theatre, Hand of Heresy, Howlcrack, and also Scornflux. The last two are also pretty impactful as well. Note that this means these are not available as recipient items for the new Legion crafting either. After this, Trothan Gems. These have been moved. These are back with Mercenaries, no longer as gem chest rewards in Heist. This is probably for the best. Gem chests in Heist were absolutely and utterly stacked early on. They were completely and utterly nuts, and they didn't need to be as good as they were. They're still the best of all of the Heist side chests, even after this nerf of losing Trothan Gems. And that was, like, Trothan Gems could be several hundred chaos sometimes. And then there's support for Mercenaries of Trathus that have been added to the Atlas passive tree. We don't have the new Atlas tree yet. And the Scarabs are as follows. Trothan Scarab area is inhabited by a Mercenary. Secondly, Trothan Scarab of Infamy. Mercenaries found in the area are elevated to be infamous. Additionally, when you fight one, you'll encounter 2 more friends with it, which can be quite rude. All equipment items found on Mercenaries in the area are unique. And the Trothan Scarab of Surprising Alliances. Wild Rogue Exiles in the area have a 50% chance to be accompanied by a Wild Mercenary. Wild Mercenaries have increased difficulty for each Wild Mercenary in the area. So this is something that could also be pretty silly at some point. I think one thing that's really interesting here, this is quite the buff. Mercenary rucksacks in endgame maps can no longer generate orbs of transmutation or augmentation. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, oh, that's only 2 currency items that are gone, but these are the 2 that are most common, and as a result, they have a disproportionate impact on the total loot pool that's available. So you've basically taken the 2 worst things that can come up and removed them from the pool. Granted, since the Mercenaries League, we have had a couple of things get more common. So Exalted Orbs have become 20 times more common than they were back then, and Regal Orbs have become more common, but they're going to have absolutely nothing compared to, they're going to have no impact compared to this change. Transmutations and augmentations are really, really, really common. There are Searing Exarch Ultra modifiers that can drop Mercenary Scarabs. I'm not sold that these are going to be among the better categories of Scarabs. I think they're going to be in the middling tier of Scarabs so far, although I'm open to being proven wrong on especially the Trothan Renown and Trothan Infamy. These could be better than they look. And Surprising Alliances, this could just be really wild. I mean, that's the word that it uses itself. That could be really silly. Hired Mercenaries now have an information sheet with all of their passive stats. That's a quality of life upgrade. The other thing that's worth noting is that the warrants that were talked about, these will be able to be searched for in the trade interface as well. That's something that's not in the patch notes. That's something that was a Reddit comment from Grinding Gear Games yesterday morning my time. So we're talking like 16 hours ago or something like that. After this, we're going to have the Abyss revamp. There is a lot to say about Abyss here, but the main thing that needs to be said is that we don't know how substantial this is going to play out. The first thing that I'm thinking, though, is that everything we know about Abyss in the past no longer applies, but there's a bunch of new synergies for Abyss jewels that could potentially make them better. And on top of that, Abyss is also going to be something that might be the best way of getting XP now. So we shall see exactly where it comes out, but Abyss is getting a bunch of functional changes. The cracks leading up to Abyssal Pits are now already open before you approach. This is POE 2 style for those of you that play POE 2 as well. There's going to be a bunch of enemies in its influenced area that you can then kill, and when you do that, they get sent down into the pit, they get changed up a little bit, and then they get disgorged again. They only get disgorged again when you actually finish off the pit that you're working on. Gone are the days of chasing a meandering abyssal pack. Gone are the days of chasing a meandering abyssal crack around a map, often backwards. I love how I just gone and condensed crack and map together and ended up getting the word crap out of that. That wasn't even intended, but I'm just me not word good today. Alongside this revamp, a new Abyss endgame pinnacle boss has been added, and it has its own set of unique items. You now can no longer get Abyssal Jewels or Stygian Vices anywhere else except Abyss. And I think one of the big tests will be how rare Stygian Vices are now. So in the past, Stygian Vices have been so common that no one cares about them at all. Like they're not loot. I definitely have made a lot of currency crafting them in the past, but that's because you can just buy them reliably for like 1 to 5C, depending upon the amount of bulk that you want. But they're only going to come from Abyss content now. Nowhere else, no Tujen, nothing else. And Abyssal Jewels are also no longer coming from Tujen, no longer anywhere else either. And Abyssal Jewels, they can be rarely obtained from Abyss biomes in Delve, but that'll be rare. That'll be pretty minor. Abyssal Delirium Orbs are gone. Abyssal Jewels can no longer roll a bunch of bad mods. Increased damage with hits and elements against Abyssal monsters. Minions deal increased damage with hits and elements against Abyssal monsters. Additional physical damage reduction against Abyssal monsters. Or additional physical damage reduction conditional upon you not having been damaged by a hit recently. Now, that last one wasn't complete and utter rubbish, but it was bad. And so this is just removing things that were clogging up the loot pool with the roll pool with bad mods. So overwhelmingly, this is an upgrade here. This also is going to be really good because they're removing these bad mods. This is going to make the Abyss passives that give you 5 or 6 mod Abyss Jewels. This is going to make them better because probably on average, if you had a 6 mod Abyss Jewel, there's a reasonable chance you would get one of these. Like you get half to one of these dead mods on it. And so now it's quite a bit better just not having that available there. Classic Abyss Scarab is now limit 5. Now, classic Scarabs that are limit 5 can sometimes get expensive. I want you to keep that in mind. It may not be the case that anyone wants to farm with 5 of them, but the fact that you've got the option means that you definitely want to be thinking of these as loot more than they've been in the past. It may be that they're disappointments. It may be that they're mid-tier, kind of like a Domination Shrine is. Domination Scarab, sorry. But they're definitely worth keeping your eye on. If an area already has an abyss, modifiers that cause areas to contain additional abysses will instead add 2 additional pits. So that means the abyss becomes chunkier. It's going to have more monsters to kill. It's just going to be better. It's kind of like all of your abysses are rolled into one place. Abyss of Multitudes now grants abyss chasms in area spawn 100% increased monsters per soul fed. So this is an example where you might really want to run Abyssal Scarab of Multitudes, which has been something that has only been used for XP farming in the past. And whilst Abyss has always been serviceable for XP farming, it's never been good for it. So maybe this is something that ends up making it better. Abyss of Edifice is being changed to Abyss of Crystals. This is going to cause abyss pits in the area that do not contain a reward to instead create an abyssal crystal. Now, the abyssal crystals aren't explained here, but what they do is when you shatter them, which I assume is just a case of doing like 250,000 damage to it or something along those lines, but maybe it's a case of clicking it. Once you shatter it, it will then cause all abyssal monsters in the rest of that pit, or maybe in the rest of that abyss encounter, to become tankier and also more rewarding. This wording that Grinder Gear Games use of improved rewards and also increased difficulty, this wording is not well understood by the player base. I have personally suspected for a while, and I absolutely am not saying this is proven, but I believe that this causes a bias away from common categories of loot rewards, so weapons, shields, armor, and the like, unfortunately also away from currency, and it causes a bias towards rarer forms of loot. Rarer forms of loot sometimes can be quite good. Heist Blueprints are an example of one of the rarest. Sanctum Tomes are the actual rarest category of loot. And then there's a bunch of other things. I also suspect that it has some further effects beyond this. It is definitely a positive effect, but how positive is not really clear. People who played around with the Breach Scarab of Resonant Cascade, you'll have a bit of a sense of it as well. Like you'll know that this text, it is very live. So that's the new version of Abyss Scarab of Edifice. This is an increased difficulty and increased reward setup. Now, the Abyss Scarab of Profound Depth is going to add an abyssal consort into the area. Some sort of boss, don't know the exact details here. Abyss Scarab of Profound Depth is the mythic rarity Abyss Scarab at the moment. It's not been popular, but it has been one. It's as rare as the most popular of the valuable scarabs. So definitely keep that one in mind. If this ends up being good, it's going to be quite rare. Other examples, just to give you a bit of an anchoring as to how rare these scarabs were in the past. Abyss Scarab Classic was a common category of scarabs. This is the same as an Essence Scarab. Abyss of Multitudes was the uncommon category of scarab. This was only a little bit more common, a little bit rarer than the base scarabs. So we think that these 300 of these drop for every 200 of these, for every 100 of these, for every 10 of these, but that's the old way. And then there's the scarabs that are ultra rare. There's only 2 of those. There's Horn Scarab of Tradition, which no one wants, and Horn Scarab of Preservation. Those are the 2 ultra rare ones. And then there's also another thing in terms of questions here, like, do I think that there'll be something whereby the identity of the monsters that are fed to the Abyss will matter? So for instance, if you feed a Rogue Exile, it comes out differently to if you feed a normal monster. That I have absolutely, positively no idea about. That's going to be something GGG will make that call. I just don't know. After this, a number of Abyssal Jewels have had buffs. Now, important to note that their lower tier counterparts have been adjusted accordingly. And whilst this is mostly buffs, there are a couple of nerfs here as well. So firstly, effective cold ailments. This goes to 20%, and actually, this is one, more so the lightning ailments one. I think the increased effect of lightning ailments is something that's maybe a bit better than it looks. This is pretty scary numbers here. Like, these are getting quite high. You can get a lot of Abyss Jewels. Also, you got Impale effect is going up to 8% as well. This is really substantial. Like, some of these numbers are quite high. And there is that new helmet, Subsume the Source, I believe it's called, the one that can eat one mod picked at random from an Abyss Jewel and imprint it onto the helmet. And that could potentially get really explosive with any of those. We have the mana one. This is being nerfed down to 34. I don't think it was great at 40. It was serviceable. At 34, I think it's just a dead mod. 5% of damage taken recouped as mana. This is fine in very weird circumstances. Generally speaking, I don't think most people want this, but you might find the odd case where you do. But then we have the interesting one. These flat damage to spells. These numbers have been boosted quite a bit. So you'll see here that it's gone up by 30%. So 23 to 32 is now 1.3 times as good as it was in the past. That's pretty chunky of an increase. And that's the same for Fire, Cold, and Lightning. Physical and Chaos actually received a larger buff than that. Physical and Chaos received a 45% buff each. So these mods have gotten quite a bit better than they were. However, we've got to say why this is and why it's not enough. So all of the numbers on Abyssal Jewels were balanced back around patch 3.2. Around 3.2, the level of plus to added gems that you could get was pretty much 0. Like, there was very, very little of it. You couldn't get it on your weapons. You couldn't get it on your amulet. Later on, Grinding Gear Games added in 3.9, they added various sources of +1 to all spell skills, +1 to all physical spell skills. Those became available on weapons. And I think at 3.9, you also got the ability to roll as influence modifiers then, rather than core mod amulet, rather than the core amulet mod pool like they are today. I think you could get +1 to categories of spells as well. So at that point, you started being able to get a few tiers of plus to gem levels. The reason I bring this up, though, is because flat to spells is something that is much weaker the more damage that your spell has already. So if you're casting a fireball that deals 1,000 damage, and someone else is casting a fireball that deals 3,000 damage, and you've got an effect that says plus 300 fire damage to spells, for you, it's 30% more damage. For the other person, it's 10% more damage. So this stacks quite badly with plus to gem levels. And that's the real problem with these numbers. They are going up. They're not going up by enough, I don't think. So not like these are terrible. They're getting a bit but I don't think this is quite enough that's coming through here. After this, we have the same things for conditional sources of these stats. Note that they're not necessarily going up by the same amount every time, but most of them are. And then we have chance to gain Unholy Might 4 seconds on melee kill. This is something, Unholy Might is something you kind of want all the time, or not really at all. It's kind of really difficult to use now. There are ways to get it all the time, but Abyss Duels, they're just not reliable enough. However, minion movement speed is very, very good. 15% increased movement speed here. Very, very solid. 25% reduced effective curses on you while you're on consecrated ground is far too niche. This is the sort of thing that you just, like, even if you are radiating consecrated ground, this is only going to protect you while you're stationary or you've been stationary very recently. And most people are not radiating consecrated ground. So yeah, this is too niche. Like, you want your curse resilience. If you're stacking curse resilience, you want it to be something you can rely on to mitigate the bleeds that are caused by the physical by vulnerability curse. You really want that there, and that's genuinely really bad. Just jumping back, a couple of people pointed out that yes, as at higher levels of spells, spell damage effectiveness has gone up. So maybe that's enough, but I still don't think it is. That's one that's definitely interesting to think of, though. These might actually be better if the spell damage effectiveness has gone up enough. So good point. Good catch on that for chat there. But yeah, reduced effective curses on you while on consecrated ground. 25% is not tempting me. 100% might. Then I might actually be interested in using this. But even then, even if you had 100% reduced effective curses on you while on consecrated ground from like a small investment, it's still going to be a situation you have to have bleed removal because of vulnerability curses. So yeah, this is just not enough. Chance to avoid elemental ailments while you have elusive is again too conditional. This is the sort of thing that's just a dud mod. Enemies hindered by you have reduced life regeneration rate. This is actually better. This is something that I'd potentially use in certain circumstances. Like, you would feel this is a bonus. If you were not trying to roll this, but you unintentionally got it, and the duel was good without this, this would make it considerably better. That's because there are a number of ways to apply hinder, and they often are on builds that deal damage over time. And damage over time builds can have trouble with monsters that get crazy regeneration. Especially there's that monster that has... that pulses. There's that rare monster. If you get a really tanky rare monster that has that pulse that suppresses your regen and causes its allies to regen, or if you get the Maven healing a boss, those things can be quite sketchy. Enemies blinded by you have reduced critical strike chance is not enough. It's again like 30% reduced critical strike chance. Reduced critical strike chance on monsters is actually not the stat you want. You want to reduce their critical multiplier. And the reason for this is that there are map modifiers that give them like 400% increased critical strike chance. So if you're thinking a tier 17 map that has, well, tier 16.5 now, but if you've got a nightmare map and it has that mod on it, monsters have 620% increased critical strike chance and 40% increased critical strike multiplier, and you've got 30% increased effective map mods, then you're going from 800% increased critical strike chance down to 770%. That is not nearly enough to matter. And it's conditional upon you having blinded them as well. I don't think I would be inclined to use this mod, or at least I wouldn't be excited by this mod if it read 150% instead of 30%. Really don't think this is enough. Next, Legion Revamp. So, we kind of already discussed this a bit in the features overview. Crystals of Permutation to the Domain of Timeless Conflict. So these are the new incubators. You can put 4 enshrouded items in at a time, and when you kill monsters, they gain sort of credit towards their incubation. Enshrouded items can be transformed to another unique item of the same item class with a Vestigal implicit modifier derived from the enshrouded item. Now, this is not a one-for-one copy of a particular mod. We know that Cloak of Flame is going to provide 20% Fizz taken as fire. That has been teased. And there's a bunch of other things that we don't know the exact numbers on it. So this is going to be the big reward for doing Legion content. And I think there's a fairly strong pull into it. But at the same time, there's also going to be like a lot of messing around with it. And it's going to be tough to work out exactly how much you want to go with this. Killing monsters in the domain will charge the enshrouded item when it's fully charged. You can interact with that crystal to drop the new item. And added the following currency items that can drop from Legion generals in map areas. This is very important. This means that that Legion Scarab that previously was trash, the one that guaranteed generals, is now much better than it used to be. We don't know how rare these are going to be as drops. Now, Karui, Enshrouding Crystal, Imperial, Maraketh, Templar, and Val. These items cannot drop in the domain of Timeless Conflict. So you can only get them from in-map Legion encounters. Please remember that. That's something I think a lot of people aren't paying attention to with Legion. Legion encounters have better quality of life than they used to have. Unrelenting Timeless Emblems have been merged in. So actually, it's more that existing Timeless Emblems are becoming unrelenting ones because the modifiers that are being provided are really substantial. So the domain of Timeless Conflict is going to ramp up real scary. Real scary. It's going to be like the old Uber 5-ways here. Monsters are going to gain toughness, accuracy rating in KOE for each time they've been revived based on the Eternals. The Karui is going to be toughness again. It's going to have damage, and actually, sorry, damage on the Eternal as well. Critical strike chance and critical strike multiplier. Ouch. I feel like for Karui, you're going to need to have crit mitigation, really serious crit mitigation on your character, whether that be a brass dome or something else. Either that or you just need to kill monsters before they get to act. Maraketh is going to get faster as well as more damage. That's a really scary combination. Templar, it's going to be 10% damage and 3% penetration. That is less than the comparable thing was in the past. I think it was 4% previously, but that was the unrelenting emblem, not the normal emblem. And 5% of Fizz added as extra chaos damage for each time they've been revived. Really scary stuff that's coming up on these domains. And I think that the 5-way domain might be a lot harder than it's been in the past. And also, yeah, as people are mentioning in chat, 5-way carries are probably basically just not a thing anymore. So these are going to get really tough. And that's going to be something that will be interesting to see just how many of these, like just how far you can get in this new thing now. Incubators can no longer be obtained. Existing ones can still be used. Timeless Delirium Orb is no longer obtainable. Existing ones can still be used. I think something that's important to note here is that these changes to incubators, removing them, is actually going to have a bit of an impact in some content that used to drop them, just by virtue of removing a bad thing from the pool of choices you could have. So that's something that you want to keep in mind. Rogue no longer has a chance to apply a random incubator to an item. That was actually quite common on Rogue, and it was always a dud, but you always kind of felt like you had to take it because just the way that Rogue works. So that's just unconditionally a buff for Rogue. It's not a small one either. Trinkets had a chance to give additional Legion items when opening a reward chest in Heist. These will now grant an additional chance to receive an extra gold. Stash tab affinity for incubators gone. Timeless Splinters no longer drop outside of Legion encounters, and maps are completed by King's March Atlas runners. So this means that Heist, no more Legion chests in Heist. This means no more sources of Legion from, I think, did Expeditions? I think Expeditions dropped a bunch of them. Tujin, a bunch of little spots like that are gone. Again, this is actually a buff because those Timeless Splinters were just ground clutter every time they dropped. And that's because of the way that Emblematic used to work. Emblematic's still very strong. It has been nerfed, but it's definitely something that is not as good as it was in the past. But probably the most important thing is the quality of life change, where now Splinters are being splintericided. So Timeless Splinters are going to drop in larger clumps and less often. That's just going to be a huge quality of life improvement. No more playing pick up sticks forever and ever and ever. Yo-Yo is asking, can you get Cloak of Flame in the Enshrouded mod onto a Lightning Coil? Yes, you can. Grinding Gear Games have teased it with an image. So that will be 80% of physical damage split to elements. That'll be 60% for lightning. Sorry, 70%. 70% will be split. That is 50% to lightning, 20% to fire. That is only for hits. If it is non-hit damage, then it will be 20% only. That is dragged off to fire. There might be one or two things. Like, so far, we think you can get any core drop pool unique item that is able to accept armor scraps, but there might be one or two Grinding Gear Games decide, yeah, we don't want this as a recipient. But we'll find that out. Legion Generals now drop more Timeless Splinters on average, and non-Sergeant, non-General Legion monsters do not drop Timeless Splinters. I'm assuming those are intended to cancel out. Ugh. Alrighty, sorry about that all. I had a massive coughing fit there. I had just enough of a warning. I'm just going to quickly run one of the silly YouTube ads while I get my breath back. Alrighty. Sorry about that all. I had a massive coughing fit that just had to happen at that point. I'll come to aspirational farming later. John Campbell's asking about that when we get to the breach nerfs, because the breach nerfs are going to make a lot of things viable that weren't previously. Breach was making a lot of things a lot of loot into non-loot, and that is going to be gone. So the emblematic Atlas skill is getting nerfed in half. It is still mandatory. It is still so good you have to have it. Lowered the effective map item quantity on the chances of sergeants and chests to drop Timeless Splinters. And I think, again, this is trying to push you towards killing the generals more often. Everything is saying kill in-map generals in Legion all the time. Small passive skills in logistical support and pillage treasures no longer provide chest or monster duplicate splinter chance. So again, pushing you back towards those Legion generals. Gem socket changes. I feel like we kind of discussed this already before. That was when I was talking about that was in the start of the video, or start of the stream. We were talking about the core features. And so I'm just looking if there's anything that we didn't really mention here. Chromatic orbs and tainted chromatics now force one socket to be non-white, while the rest of the sockets will roll colors normally. Higher quality on items increases the chance for non-white sockets to appear. That is really, really important to keep in mind. Higher quality on items increases the chance for non-white sockets, which means that 30 quality items are going to be much more important even than in the past, and they've always been good. Currency that adds sockets to items such as Jeweler's Orbs, Tainted Jewelers, and Orbs of Binding will always generate the added sockets as white. This includes the old Verici method of the crafting bench. Now, the reason it's called Verici method is because of prior to Betrayal, so 3.4 and earlier, that crafting recipe was tied to doing things around the person who is now a Betrayal NPC called Verici. He used to be an NPC that gave us quests. And that's really substantial. One thing that's come up in chat, people talking about will chromatics replace chaos as a secondary currency? I don't think they're going to be common enough to. I think that they're going to be something that will be akin to the role that Orbs of Annulment play now, or that Exalted Orbs played prior to them getting made 20 times as common. They're going to be a big drop when they drop, but not a divine tier drop, and there's just not going to be enough of them in the market for the liquidity to exist. And yes, selfish malcontent. Someone has mentioned in chat, Verici used to have a quest, a sort of text line where he would call you a selfish malcontent, which was always really funny. As a result of these changes, chromes are now rarer and are no longer sold by vendors in towns in exchange for jeweler's orbs. The gold fees for chromes have been increased for the currency exchange. And honestly, it's this last one that makes me really sus that they're going to go quite a bit, because they don't usually change the gold fees when it's only small. I think that these things could be quite rare now. Chromatics might be something that you just don't see very many of, and they're kind of in the way that sacred orbs is something that you optimize really late in progression. I think chromatics are going to be like that. The corruption orb, that outcome from Val orbs that changes one socket on the item to be a white socket, and actually it was one socket most of the time, but it could be more. This has been removed, and it now turns a random white socket on the item to a non-white socket, and the Locus of Corruption will do the same thing to every socket on the item, which is actually quite useful. And I think double corrupting rares is getting just a lot better in general here. And Griffin is saying that the chromatic vendor SP still exists. Yes, it does, but the chromatic items are going to be crazy rare. You're not going to find them. They're basically not going to exist. That's the reason that they made the 6-socket red, green, blue linked recipe be 1 chrome instead of 7 jeweler's orbs. They've changed that. In the current live game, if you vendor a 6-socket item and it is red, green, blue linked, then you will receive 7 jeweler's orbs, because that's the more precious of the 2 recipes. Now they're absolutely certain that that is going to be 1 chrome. So yeah, the chrome recipe, you are not going to find, like, you will find chromatic items occasionally, but it will be a rare event, and they will be on every filter. Chromatic items will be on every single filter in the game, because they're just not going to be around very often at all. Trinket modifiers for a chance of chromatics to drop as jewelers or fusings in heist can no longer roll, but there is the reverse, and actually I think this is worth keeping an eye out for. I am assuming that jewelers orbs upgrading to chromes and orbs of fusing upgrading to chromes, these are going to be rare, and they're going to be small numbers. But a lot of jewelers orbs and a lot of orbs of fusing drop from armor and weapon chests. So definitely keep your eye on this. If it turns out that chromes end up being really valuable, like if they're not 8 chaos, as I'm sort of thinking they might be, but if they end up being 80 chaos, then in that case, you definitely want to look into these. They could be really good. And then we have the bestiary crafting recipe that used to give 8 chromes is now going to give a rare 4-linked helmet, i.e. it's just complete garbage. And then we have this one is interesting. At least 4 non-white sockets on the crafting bench is going to cost 75 chromatic orbs. That's high. Again, so many of these things that you want to keep your eye on. There's just a lot of stuff that's coming up here. Crafting bench recipes for green, red, and blue sockets are gone. And the horticrafting station option that reforges the color of a random socket on an item, turning it white, this has been removed. This has not been changed to be white to non-white at random. No, this has just been outright removed. Grinding Gear Games considered that maybe too much, because it was going to allow you to bypass chromatics in general. The following uniques now have a hidden property on them, banning them from having white sockets: Diala's Malefaction, Skin of the Lords, Skin of the Loyal. Existing versions of these uniques are not affected by this change. Diala's Malefaction is getting a bunch of changes made to it, but basically it's going to be slightly better than it. It's going to be basically about as good as it is now in terms of giving you quality. So the intention here is that it doesn't make the item worse. At least the new versions of it. They're not going to be worse than they were before. The Pariah unique ring is being buffed out of sight, and actually 200 mana, 200 energy shield, those numbers are actually not that bad in the ring slot. People use Chevron's Revelation for 250. So definitely keep in mind that this exists, especially for energy shield. Existing versions of the unique can be updated to the new values with a Divine Orb. Again, though, it's going to take... oh, no, it's not going to take many chromes, because you only need to get 1 mod right on it. Prismatic Eclipse unique sword now has a bunch of other changes being made to it here. It's still not good enough. Skaver, this is getting a number of changes. You'll still use this really early in progression if you happen to have it, but it's not going to be a good item here. It's just getting sort of changed around. Triad Grip is getting a bunch of changes here, but the main thing is that minions convert 25% of physical damage to chaos damage. This used to be per white socket. It is now per empty socket. So that is a big cost now. Triad Grip is worse than it used to be by quite a bit. Honestly, I feel like this is, although you can do whatever you want with, like you can easily get it to convert damage to whatever element you want, but you could always do that pretty easily anyway. Triad Grip in general is worse than it was. We have here Untouched Soul Unique Amulet is now 12% tri-res instead of 18% tri-res for each empty white socket. Now, the reason here is just that empty white sockets were quite hard to get before. Now they're quite easy to get. That said, I'm just not sold by this in here. It's just not that great. The bow passive mastery that granted 100% to accuracy rating per green socket on equipped bow has been replaced by a new one. And the idea here is that that was something you wanted to have early in progression. You didn't necessarily want to keep it forever. And it was useless early in progression because you're just not going to have that many green sockets early on. So they're giving you 20% increased bonuses gained from your equipped quiver, which is actually a pretty good stat, reasonably hard stat to get. It's genuinely good, but it's not massive. The staff passive mastery that has been changed around, this is the one that gave you life based on red sockets and mana based on blue sockets. And it's something that is like about neutral, like sometimes better, sometimes worse. It's fine. This thing is fine. You've got to have a red and a blue socket on your staff, which is not trivial to get, but not crazy hard either. You will be able to get that by going for 3 non-white sockets. That'll be pretty easy to do. The two-hand passive mastery that provided 10% increased armor per red socket and on your main hand weapon, and 10% evasion rating per green socket on your main hand weapon. This has been changed to 30% conditional on having both a red and green socket. So again, like these two are neither here nor there in changes. Like they're different, but they're not intended to be better or worse, really. Enchantments on body armor and weapons related to white sockets or those that set all sockets to be a single color. These no longer appear on heist rewards or from tailoring or tempering orbs. Now, in the past, white sockets were always good to have. They're now actively detrimental, so they're gone. And things that change all sockets to a single color, this was intended as a drawback. And it is no longer a drawback because you could just say, oh yeah, 6 sockets that are all blue, and then yeah, that would just be better than what it is now. The Omen of Blanching has been changed to be about the same in power, but different. And Varichi's Fortification Safe House rewards have been changed. And the important thing here is that at rank 2, it will grant you 25 chromes, keeping the result with the greatest number of non-white socket colors, whereas previously it was a number of sockets. So rank 1 and rank 2 have been swapped around there. Talismans. Talismans are getting changed. Talismans are still bad because heist amulets exist. Basically, talismans are getting quite the buffs now. They're no longer going to always drop corrupted. They're going to have enchantment modifiers, which is replacing special implicits that you would normally have. This means that they end up working well in conjunction with Vaal implicits, but there's something that you get from red beasts or bestiary bosses, and each talisman is tied to a specific beast. They can't be anointed, and their enchantment modifiers can't be removed using the crafting bench option. And then, like the old talismans are legacy. Non-unique talismans can no longer be obtained as rewards outside of bestiary content, except for two specific things: divination cards that grant talismans explicitly, or Thane Jorgen's Betrayal Safe House rewards. Thane Jorgen's Talisman Crafting Spree has changed. Unique talismans are no longer core drops. These are now from bestiary, and they are getting some buffs here. And then we have this change here that is Blightwell Unique Talisman. This is now going to be a bunch more energy shield than it used to be. I still don't think it's good enough. Eyes of the Great Wolf is now going to generate with 2 random enchantment modifiers from other talisman-based types, and 50 to 100% increased enchantment modifier magnitudes. So essentially, it's still thematically the same as it used to be. I think Grandiga Games are intending for this to be quite a bit better than it used to be. I don't know that it always will be. And also, one of the main reasons people wanted Eyes of the Great Wolf in the past was for the Avian Twins Talisman effect, because that was really good if you got that doubled. And that's not going to be available, I don't think. And ultimately, I think, though, in general, the best thing with respect to talismans, wow, they're just so far behind Heist Jewelry that like I'm just not sold on them at all for long term. By all means, use one when you get one, but Heist Jewelry is just a slot killer in the amulet slot, in the same way that Mage Blood is a slot killer in the belt slot. Not quite as extreme, and also historically more expensive. We'll see exactly where that ends up. And Natural Hierarchy is getting a bunch of changes. This is better than it used to be. Like, it's not for everyone. You don't necessarily gain from this, but this is a really cool effect. I really like what they've done with this. I don't know if it's any good, but it's cool. Rigwell's Curse Unique Talisman is now better than it used to be, although that is subject to a good Divine Roll on it. It needs to be, like, it can be worse than it used to be, but in general, it's better. Now, this is something interesting. Bestiary Boss area levels will now match the level of the red beast that is used in the Blood Altar to generate the portals. So this means that Bestiary Bosses are going to be a bit better than they used to be. Now, the reason for that is that the Bestiary Boss loot actually thaumaturgic dusts pretty well. A lot of it, because those items are all pretty rare in general. Coughing Fit, I'll be back in a sec. Yeah, all right. Sorry about that all. I just had to get that out of the way. So yeah, this is going to mean that you'll get more thaumaturgic dust from the off-meta items that come from these beasts. It was really funny last league, actually. Was it last league? No, it was a couple of leagues ago. It was this period where just spam running Feral was like really good in the economy, because you could sell the captured Feral beast for a surprising amount more than the beast that was required to get into the portal. So bestiary bosses are obtained by RNG encounters in maps that give you a specific beast boss. So from memory, it is the Pharic Tiger Alpha that is the one that gives you Feral. So you'll just come across the Pharic Tiger Alpha in a map, and then you go to the you go and do your craft with that, and it will create 6 portals into Farrell's lair. You then go and you'll fight Farrell, and Farrell's really easy with all the power creep that's existed now. It's a slow fight because it's got some clunky phases, but it's a very easy fight. And then you kill him, you grab the loot, you get your Ascension if you want it. Not your Ascension. Yeah, it's sort of Ascension, your Bloodline Ascension. And then you can do that. And bestiary bosses will have greater life than before, which is comparable to the life value on bosses from other league mechanics. And this is likely to stack also with the fact that they're now higher level than they used to be. Specific body armor uniques from each bestiary boss is now tied to level 80 or higher. Now, one thing I want to mention here, the crab staff that was talked up in my day 15 video, Grindy Games' video today, that they put out as well. This is the one that evolves your totems into crabs that scuttle along with you and actually move pretty fast. Like, I always think of crabs as moving slowly, but these are fast. Like, they zip. Thematically, that could come from Creacian of the Deep, who is one of the bestiary bosses. We don't know this is the case. It could very well come from something else as well. There is also the potential for it to be thematically tied to the boss that is tied to the new content. So the Allflame content. We don't know which of these it is, but it could be either. The bestiary craft to create a rare talisman has been replaced with a craft that rerolls a talisman base type, keeping the same implicit and explicit modifiers. keep your eye on this. This is actually a really, really strong craft. So re-rolling a talisman-based type, if you happen to get something that's like really crit-oriented talisman, but you've got a enchantment on it that is not crit-oriented at all, or something along those lines, this could be quite good. The bestiary craft to transform an item from an amulet into a talisman has been replaced with a craft that creates an imprint of a rare talisman. Imprinting rares is incredibly strong. So again, we've got a couple of things here that are really significant in terms of talisman crafting is now really, really powerful here. People are mentioning +1 all spells as an option here. I feel like that's generally going to be behind the heist alternatives. I feel like you're going to go for something else, but there are things you can do. Primal Delirium Orb no longer exists, but existing ones function in standard. Trinkets that had a chance to generate talismans will now instead grant a chance to generate gold. And the Krykic Chimeral has been renamed to Krykic Croaker, which is a more fitting name for a gem frog. So this Krykic Chimeral is the imprint beast from memory. Something else that's come up a little bit in chat here is the split beasts. So split beasts were being removed because they caused grinding gear games to have to pre-nerf the drop rates of a bunch of bases, and that may or may not be accompanied by any changes to the heist drop rates. So we don't know there. That could go either way once everything it plays out there. We'll have to see exactly what happens. After completing league changes, the quality of life from Path of Exile 2 on Ritual is coming to us. The Forbidden Sanctum is now going to fix a couple of things with respect to flask charges, except for the Writhing Jar for some reason. I am really not sure what that is. Volatile Valorbs, these are now Sanctum rewards. Ultimatum is now the only place to get Catalysts. Ultimatum rewards from Demolition in Heist, which were very, very good rewards in the past. These are being nerfed. They're going to be nerfed into map rewards. Map rewards aren't bad either, but Demolition Heist contracts are now dead as a result of this. Catalyst chests no longer appear in Expedition. This is a nerf to Expedition. Tujan no longer offers Catalyst from his shop. This is not a nerf to Expedition because Tujan is so bad that you should be skipping him. And Catalyst can no longer be found as Ritual reward favors either. This is a nerf to Ritual, but a pretty small one. While channeling Grusium Ore, you cannot be stunned or damaged. Like, this mechanic is just terrible. It needs to go. Honestly, there is no justification for this still existing in the game. One thing that's come up in chat, and this one's important, that someone's saying that Mirage enchants for heist are on the tree. We do not know this. Actually, Mirage enchantments will not be on the tree for heist. It is implicits that are on the tree for heist. We'll come to that later. That is not the case. We don't know if they do the same thing or not, but what we have, I got this wrong in my first live stream of this. I got really excited because I was like, oh, that's the Mirage enchantments back. No, those are enchantments in Mirage. We don't have Mirage enchantments. We've got something else there. Betrayal. Allflame Embers are getting themselves nerfed a lot. I am actually really glad to see, presumably this means that the Allflame members of the Gilded are gone. As much as leeching in gold runs helped me make multiple mirrors in the first week last league, I do not want this mechanic in the game. It is so broken. The TFT Gold Rotor groups are so overpowering, and ultimately, I feel like they are so broken that you should spend your first divine buying a gold carry if they still exist. They are that busted in terms of just trade league, how much currency they make for you. And yeah, they're just a complete and utter mess. There'll still be ways to gold farm, but they won't be as ridiculous as they were. Scarabs are getting doubled here in Betrayal. This is something that's really positive. The trap stashes are getting made even more lenient again. Cluster jewels from various sources, like this is across the board actually. Cluster jewels that come from anything other than Delirium is going to be capped at 83. This means that Simulacrum is better than it used to be. And also, in-map Delirium events potentially can be better than they used to be as well. Item level 84 is a huge jump when it comes to Delirium cluster jewels. It's one of the most important breakpoints in the entire game. Now, Vagan's Fortification Safe House reward. This is huge. It is now a trap stash within Shrouded Uniques. Definitely check this out. This could be very big. And Vagan in Transportation is now Triathlon Scarabs, which is nice, except that you want him in Fortification. You always want the guy in Fortification. That is absolutely nuts. The other thing while we're talking about Betrayal is that It That Fled got giga buffed in 328, and people are sleeping on this. It That Fled is the farming for the Mageblood Divination card that comes from It That Fled, which is the Foulborn Mageblood card. It is by far the easiest way to farm a Mageblood by yourself. That doesn't mean that it is an easy way to farm a Mageblood. It's still a lot of maps, but if you do want to do it, a lot of people in Solo Self-Found were running a Foulborn Mageblood this league, and this is the reason for it. So the reason Betrayal is good now is not any of these changes. It is the change that was made in 319. That said, Vagan, Fortification, Safe House, this is real. This is real, I think. Breach. Okay. Now, we had some questions about, about farming and farming strategies and the like. One of the things that I think needs to be said repeatedly whenever you're discussing anything about farming, loot is PvP in Path of Exile. What that means is that for the first maybe 5,000 people that have an Aegis Aurora drop, this is a massive loot explosion for those 5,000 odd people. For the next 10,000 people, it's a live drop, but it's not something that catapults you forward in economic power. And then for everyone after that first 15,000 or so, that Aegis Aurora is just not loot at all. It's not total ground clutter. It's still a good item to equip, but it's just not worth very much because the market is already flooded with it. So basically, if Fubgun loots 207 Aegis Auroras, that nerfs everyone that gets an Aegis Aurora after him. Their drop is worth less because they're competing with the 207 Fubguns trying to sell as well. That's really important to keep in mind because Breach is getting a chunk of nerfs here in order to bring it back into line with everything else, but that actually indirectly buffs everything else. It also is interesting because Breach has, I'm actually thinking of League starting a Breach strategy because Breach is going to get really important for people who want to get Foulborn Uniques. So even though Breach is getting a chunk of nerfs here, it's still got stuff you can't get anywhere else and stuff that is critical for meta builds. So, and I am exaggerating with Fubgun. I don't know how many Aegis Auroras he gets personally, but it's just giving you a bit of a sense there. So that's that I made up the number 207. Basically, that's the sort of thing. And ultimately, it's not just Fubgun either. It's like Fubgun the man is one person. There are tens of thousands of people that are playing not necessarily quite as efficiently as he does, but that are playing an optimization focused strategy and getting heaps. So it's not just them. So yeah, Breach Uniques, they're going to be in more demand because everyone is trash talking Breach online. And what that means is that the stuff that you can only get from Breach, which is a lot of really important items, especially with all of the meta discussion around Winter Orb, a lot of people are thinking they want to be playing Foulborn Ramirez Bouquet, potentially a Lucky Corrupt on Foulborn Ramirez. And on top of that, they also want to have like Vaccine the Void Battery and Relicash Power Charge package. So they do want some rare uniques in order to do that, most notably the Relicash thing. But there's a lot of pieces that come together, and the Foulborn Ramirez are going to be in demand forever. On top of that, Breach also has things like Foulborn Beric's Respite, really good, and that is something you target the same way as Foulborn Ramirez, and a bunch of other things that are just fantastic, like all of the Foulborn Jewels. So many things along those sorts of lines. So, for this reason, I am actually thinking I want to League start Breach as a strategy. And I think there's a lot to be said for considering it because it's being trash talked so much, because people are saying Breach is dead as a farm, and everything loot-wise in the game is PvP. The more that your opponents in a PvP environment are doing something, are saying a strategy is bad, the more that strategy ends up potentially becoming better. It is the case, yeah, Foulborn Wrathpith has been nerfed. There's a couple of the things that people have wanted in the past are not going to be as good, but overall, that's my attitude to Breach in general. But Breach is getting dodecuple tapped in terms of nerfs. So it's not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, not 8, not 9, not 9, not 10, not 11, but 12 nerfs, all coming to the head of Breach here, which is kind of funny, but I do think the content is going to be definitely worth experimenting with. I'm going to be running Hives early, I think, with Unstable later is my plan. And just going through here, you've got the number of monsters in Breach monster packs has been nerfed. The number of monsters spawned in Unstables has been nerfed 25%, but the progress goes up a bit faster. Limit of 2 Unstables open at a time. Swelling ranks is now 10% pack size, not 20. Small passives that granted Breach monsters in your maps have 5% pack size, is now 5% increased rare monsters instead, which means it's not going to grant you magic monsters and common monsters. Evolving Hives is now going to grant 15% increased rare and magic monsters instead of 25. This also changes some of the ways things stack together. Small passives that granted breaches in your that cause breaches in your maps to grant additional magic monsters are being nerfed from 8% to 5%. But these don't change the Hive Blood or Womb gifts you gain. Equipment items birthed by the Genesis tree are being nerfed, but this is only equipment items. So my view with the Genesis tree is that I'm going to set up my equipment side of things to be generating jewels. Jewels work best on a limited number of points, and I will be primarily focusing on jewels. Might occasionally dip into other things, but jewels, that is both with or without fractures. Like I'll be trying to fracture, but some of the ones that don't fracture could also be good. And if you don't have enough Hive Blood, the thing that you skip is going to be probably your equipment side of things. They're going to be the ones that you skip, but we'll just have to see how that plays out. So all in all, lots and lots and lots and lots of nerfs in Breach, but I still think the mechanic is very live, and the reason it's still live is because as well as dropping generic drop anywhere loot, it is also going to be dropping unique Breach-only loot that is going to be in huge demand. If you are tight on Hive Blood, the other thing that you can do is run the Pinnacle boss more. The Breach Pinnacle boss, I think, was very generous on Hive Blood, and you can just try and sell your excess womb gifts as well. One more thing I want to do with Breach as well is early on, I want to really fill out all of the Breach progression, like the league meta progression needs to be done reasonably early. In-game changes. We have the anomalies are being added, and you get a chance to get one when you complete a map that is affected by a void stone. I just want to make a quick detour here. This is not technically patch notes, but I want to get Incarnation of Dread done first, if I can, in terms of the void stones. I don't think people talk enough about void stone order optimization, and I feel like if you're a Trade League player, the correct choice is probably doing Incarnation of Dread first if you've got the character power, or if you can get a carry in. Now, I'm pretty confident I can do the other 2 Incarnations pretty easily, just by virtue of outplaying the mechanics of them. The mechanics aren't too difficult on the non-Uber versions of them, even if your character's really weak. Incarnation of Dread can be a little bit obnoxious if your damage is terrible, but I don't think it's one that's particularly hard, especially given how forgiving it is. If you do end up failing the first one, you can just run it again. So I feel like the reason you want to do Incarnation of Dread first is that it has the most important of all of the unlocks, which is the ability to gain Astrolabes as drops. And also, as well as getting Astrolabes as drops, you also unlock all of the exceptional gems as drops as well. Now, you can do 2 of the other ones faster. The Eldritch ones are faster. The Shaper Guardian ones can be faster, like if you get lucky. But normally, the Eldritch ones are the fastest to do. But I'm actually doing them second very deliberately because I want to get Incarnation of Dread's reward first and have that when I go moving down towards the Eldritch ones. That's my plan there. Maven is by far the hardest of the Voidstone bosses now, and actually Incarnation of Dread is probably second hardest, but Maven is the hardest of them. It depends on your experience with the rest. Like, I'm terrible at Searing Exarch. I'm absolutely derisory at the Searing Exarch fight. He is numerically very low, but I am just terrible when it comes to executing that fight properly. I usually have to turn off stream when I'm doing Searing Exarch as well, because I will go on tilt because I will die to something really dumb. And then I will go on tilt and I will play really badly and I will actually brick the encounter because of it. But yeah, I see Quindry's pointing out, like, it is most common to do Eldritch first, but I think that's actually a mistake people are making. It depends on your character power. Do the Eater Exarch first if you don't have the character power to do Dread. But if you've got the character power to do Dread, why do you want to skip the chance of getting Astrolabes while you're doing the stuff down in the bottom left corner? That's my thought there. And I'm surprised people find the memory game hard. Like, Searing Exarch Ball Phase is hard. Maven memory game, I find, is like... the last one can be tricky because you get distracted. You get distracted by dodging the coil beams. That combination is quite rude. But just the memory game itself is like... I find it's really easy. One thing you need to know with the memory game, though, a lot of people don't realize this, is that if you're ever on the right side, your next one is always north. So if you're east, the next one is always north. That is without fail. If you're currently north, it could be either of the other two. If you're currently west, it could be either of the other two. But if you're currently in the east, it will always be the north one. And anyways, Reflecting Mist and the Nameless Seer no longer randomly spawn within maps. They're instead going to spawn in their own anomaly areas. This is just a bit clunkier than it used to be. But you can also sit on them for a while if you want. I think in general, this is just worse than it used to be. Atlas anomalies are unaffected by your Atlas passive tree, cannot be augmented with fragments, allowing them to be run at any time without feeling like you could have optimized them better. Reflect map modifiers have been reworked. Now, someone had a very important point about this. This wasn't in stream. This is in my Discord, which there is a link to down in the description of this video if you're interested. So, reflect map modifiers. These are being changed. They are no longer going to do what they used to do, which was basically instantly slay your character if you did physical or elemental damage beyond a trivial amount to enemies. Instead, what they will do is they will add a map modifier. They will add a monster modifier, a rare monster modifier of physical thorns or elemental thorns. I am assuming that this does not add any loot to that monster because you're already getting the loot from the Reflect mod. So, physical thorns. When you hit a monster with physical damage, that monster will then activate an aura that lasts for 5 seconds. Or not an aura, a buff for 5 seconds. While this buff is active, they will retaliate every time you deal physical damage to them, and that retaliation will be 800 physical damage, and that will come to you straight away. Monsters cannot gain physical thorns more than once every 10 seconds, so the uptime on this is going to be 50%. Now, you can only take physical thorns damage every 100 milliseconds. Important to note that because of the timing in Path of Exile, I actually believe this is going to be 132 milliseconds instead, so 7.5, 7.6 times per second. And the reason for that is that Path of Exile works on a 33 millisecond server tick. So 3 server ticks is 99 milliseconds, and 100 milliseconds is actually 3 server ticks plus a little bit more. Based on that, I'm working under the assumption that this is probably going to be, unless the monster has, unless you have, might be your cooldown reduction. It shouldn't be cooldown reduction. I'm assuming this is just a flat, you become invulnerable for the rest of that period plus 3 more ticks afterwards. Anyway, the key thing to note here otherwise is that you become immune to physical thorns damage. So if you whack a pack of 25 rare monsters, you don't suddenly get shotgunned. You will take physical thorns damage, then you'll gain immunity for 100 milliseconds, and as a result, you will then end up not insta-giving yourself. That said, you can take a lot of damage from this pretty quickly, and I think this is now much worse if you are playing a fast-hitting build. If you're playing a slams build, you probably don't care about physical or elemental reflect anymore. So let's say that you're playing Volcanic Fissure of Snaking with full fire conversion. Physical Thorns does nothing at all, but Elemental Thorns, your backlash damage, which is 1500 raw fire damage, you're going to take that, but you're not going to care because you're going to cop it once, and then your not going to slam again for a while. Actually, maybe that's not the case with Volcanic Fissure of Snaking, because that hits multiple times on different frames. You have something that's instantaneous like Vile Ground Slam. Vile Ground Slam is just you're not gonna hit enemies multiple times at any speed. However, while this is reduced by defenses, while this is able to be mitigated through evasion, block, armor, resistances, etc., there is some really weird stuff that goes on with reflected damage, and this is something people really need to keep an eye out for. Reflected damage cannot be mitigated by a bunch of things that should mitigate damage normally. And so that's something that's really crazy. Rutherford is mentioning in chat that they've got builds that have like massive damage projection, hit a lot of monsters, might hit 6 rare monsters with 1 attack. That's not going to matter. Your character can only take elemental damage, thorns damage once every 100 milliseconds. That is your character, not the monster. I think this is at its worst for, kinetic type builds. And also something that might be significant is that I don't know how this works in conjunction with totems. If the damage is coming from a proxy, historically the proxy took the damage, but maybe now that Thorn's damage comes at you. So, where is this worst? Physical Reflect is at its worst if you're playing a pure energy shield build. Physical Reflect, if you're playing... we don't really see much of these at the moment, but if you're playing a pure ES build, you might actually have some real problems with Physical Reflect if you are striking really fast with attacks. I think that's going to be the worst of them. Otherwise, this is going to be sketchy with things like wand attack builds, maybe, might have some issues with it. But ultimately, you can just not run maps that have reflect map modifiers as well. So essentially, this is probably just free quant most of the time. Reflect modifiers no longer appear on corrupted side areas in the campaign, and that's sensible because we don't know what the numbers are going to be in the campaign. Like, maybe they didn't want to set campaign numbers. The following maps have been added back to the Atlas. Lots of bad ones, plus Toxic Sewer. So, I mean, I'm saying lots of bad ones. Some of these are mid. Like, for instance, Temple is very, very mid. Don't hate it. Basilica is very mid. And we have what? Estuary is quite a bit better than average. Laboratory is actually my most disliked map in the entire game, I think. Plateau is really empty. I hate Plateau. But yeah, like, this is a bad set of maps, overwhelmingly. Like, not saying every single map on it is bad, but this is not a good set of maps, and the stuff that's being removed is generally better. So yeah, Toxic Sewer is the one highlight of what's coming back, and it is a big highlight, but it's not a massive, massive one. Following maps have been removed. Acid Caverns had a good divination card. Arena, that's bad. Ashen Wood is mid. Bog is at the better end of mid. Actually, no, Bog is good. Canyon is mid to good. Probably actually good. Carcass is bad. Castle Ruins, I really dislike that map. It's just pain early in the campaign, early in the game when you don't have much defenses. Courtyard is bad. Coves is good. Crimson Temple is mid. Crimson Township is bad. Cursed Crypt is mid. Defiled Cathedral is mid. Dig is mid. Like, you sort of get a sense here that we're not losing great stuff generally, but except for Underground Sea. Underground Sea is the one really good map that's going away. But generally speaking, we're getting rid of a lot of mediocre stuff, and we're picking up a lot of bad stuff. Like Forbidden Woods, like another one of the worst maps in the game. Like, so many empty ones. Plateau, Pier, Forbidden Woods. Ugh. Anyways, rant out of the way. The maps are getting worse. Untainted Paradise, unique map cannot be obtained and existing ones can't be used. It is now obtained through a new event on your Atlas, which is presumably going to be one of these Atlas anomalies, and it has received a few alterations to make it more difficult and rewarding, which we shall have to see about. Massive quality of life improvement to the Decayed Voidstone socket here. It now allows you to access any of the Shaper Guardian maps. So previously you had to do Maze of the Minotaur first, which was really painful because, like, Maze the Minotaur is the hardest of the Shaper Guardians for certain defensive profiles. It's the hardest to outskill. Actually, Lair of the Hydra is the hardest to outskill, but if your physical mitigation isn't there, you can take hits from the Hydra, but you can't take hits from the Minotaur. And so early in progression, I did not like having Maze the Minotaur as a prerequisite for the others. I would rather do them around the other way. Pit of the Chimera is getting massive quality of life improvement. It is going to be a lot faster. Memory thread maps now display which map they will open. Thank you for that. The Enshrouded Astrolabe, this is the Delirium one, has just had a name change. And the item drop delay from versions of the Remembered and the Feared that can spawn in maps, these are going to no longer have that toxic item drop delay. Now, here is a big one that people haven't been talking about very much, and this one needs to be talked about. Reflecting mist objects. So, in-map reflecting mist events are being moved into anomalies. But when you do get one, the event is going to be the same, except you're going to have more chance of pulling out a reflecting mist an itemized reflecting mist. If you do pull one of those out, then it's going to be worse than it used to be. So I should actually jump into Mirage and sell off my reflecting mist that I've got while they're still expensive, because people are going to want them in standard to try and make ridiculous things. I am wondering whether this is an attempt to prevent them from rolling 100% so that they no longer provide +8 on heist amulets. I don't know if that's the case, but I sort of suspect that might be the case there. So yeah, we shall find out exactly what's going there. This is a pretty substantial change here, and more of the itemized reflecting mists, but each one of them that comes up is worse. This might make Hinakora's locks better or worse, actually, depending on what the breakpoints are. So this is a really significant change. People haven't noticed this one here, but this does not change the amount of modifier effect found on mirrored jewelry that is from the RNG reflecting mists. So they're still going to be at full power, and people need to check these things. Like, the number of times I have found multi-divine items from them, it's pretty substantial. I have definitely made more currency out of in-map reflecting mist events, i.e. the ones that exist prior to now. I have made more currency out of them from the, from the RNG mist jewelry, the pieces where it's already been applied to an item, than I have from the actual itemized mists. Itemized mists are really rare. Now, this one's substantial here as well. Atlas passive tree changes. And after this section, I'm going to take a quick breather. I just have a bit of a stretch because we've been going for 2 hours and run some annoying YouTube ads while I do that. But there's a new cluster that's being added. Now, the first thing here is that the small nodes are going to give you additional chances for divination cards. But the big thing here is that the notable grants you a chance in tier 14 plus maps to drop a scrying orb on completion. Scrying orb is going to be something that remembers the map that it is found in, and it will allow you to then, it will allow another player to then apply a scry. So the Nameless Seer as a mechanic is gone. It is replaced entirely with this new alteration of prophecy, which is something that's kind of significant. We might see some farming strategies as potentially involving just speedrunning maps that have a really, really good set of divination cards on it. So keep that one in mind. This thing is really, really, really big, this change. And I'm definitely thinking this is one that I'll play around with at some point in the league. So it remembers the map that it was found in and then allows you to scry the divination cards of that map area to a map that's on your atlas. Presumably this has to be sold through async trade, not through Faustus. Even though it's called a scrying orb, it probably should have a different name to orb. Brave the Tower, Atlas passive skill. This is not a functional change. It now has ultimatum boss drops 10 of a random catalyst, previously a full stack. This is not a functional change. It is 10 now. It's just that 10 is also a full stack at the moment. And here we have the one that I misread so badly last time. Dutiful Soldier, Atlas passive skill, now also grants blueprints found in your maps have 15% chance to have a special implicit. This is not a Mirage enchant because they are enchantments. This is something different. We don't know what these are. That's really, really important there. So yeah, this is going to be something to keep in mind. Anyways, I want to take a quick breather at this point, and I will be back pretty soon. If you are watching this after the fact, definitely jump ahead maybe 2 minutes or so. Alrighty, sorry all about that. As I said to those of you that were watching after the fact, this was a good time to jump ahead. But to those of you that are around live, I just needed to go and have a quick stretch. We're about to get to the player changes section, which is one of the biggest sections in the entire thing. There is a lot to go through here. Not so much at the start, but like this is one where we're going to be moving across into a different type of content in the patch notes in general that we'll have to talk about now. So, player changes. We're going to go from changes to loot acquisition and all that fun stuff to changes to the way that changes to how much damage your character does, how functional it is, all that sort of fun stuff. And that is what we are about to get into now. Alrighty, so we have here the first section. Sources of avoid all damage from hits. These are now additive with sources of avoiding damage of a specific type from hits. So for instance, if you've got a 10% chance to avoid all damage from hits and 20% chance to avoid fire damage from hits, in the past, this was multiplicative. So it would check one of them, then it would check the other. That was less favorable in the new system. However, there is a cap of 75% to these things as well. So unless you were really pushing against that cap, this is a buff. However, you probably also don't want these stats because they're not that good in general. Now, lower the life of various monsters when they're used as specters. Specters keep causing troubles. Specters keep causing lots and lots and lots of trouble there. So, in general, no specter should have more life than a meat sack. Some of the monsters that have had their life nerfed when used as specters are Unholy Aberrations from the Unholy Trinity boss fight, Originator influenced monsters, and robot monsters that are found in the hidden area of the refinery. So there's just so much complexity to finding these things. But in general, no specter should have more life than a meat sack is their rule. Also worth noting that no corpses that are generated by a player are allowed to have more life than a Kitava's Herald. That's a change that they made a while ago, back when Detonate Dead was completely and utterly dominant. Absolutely off the planet dominant. And then we have one of the biggest changes for minion builds, except for Spectres. Spectres, you don't get this one. All non-Spectre minions no longer pause when attacking. Many minions already didn't pause when attacking and are unaffected by this change. However, this is a big improvement to Dominating Blow, Raise Zombies, Stone, Ice, Flame, Chaos, and Lightning Golems, Summon Raging Spirits, and Summoned Skeletons. SRS is already good, And this could be huge for this. This could be a massive percentage increase to the amount of damage that they do. And the poison SRS builds are already functioning well. So this is going to be a huge improvement here. And Living Lightning players forgotten again. Yeah, Living Lightning might well be one of the ones that doesn't have any need for it, because the minions might already not be pausing when attacking. Skills, items, and modifiers that once stated increases and reductions of spell damage now also apply to attack damage. This has been keyworded, so it is now going to say Arcane Might 150% instead of increases and reductions of spell damage apply to attack damage at 150%. So this doesn't actually change the way that these work; it just changes how they're worded. Ascendancy changes. Deathmarked. This has gone from awful to bad. Basically, it no longer has the marked enemy cannot evade attacks. It now has 10% increased effect of your marks per maximum power charge, which is actually quite substantial, and 3% of leech is instant per maximum power charge. It does do quite a bit, but at the same time, it is also something that requires you to be manually applying marks. I think you get them free, but still, it's something that will slow you down and you won't have them up all of the time. That's my remembrance of that node anyway. It was so bad that it was the one that everyone immediately dismissed. The assassin kind of didn't land that well last league, but it had some potential. There were a lot of cool things in it, and it just, the whole package wasn't quite there. But Deathmark was oh, that one was just terrible. 3% of leech is instant per maximum power charge is real. That is a very, very live node. So people saying Sniper's Mark might actually be really good with it. Let me bring up the actual node itself. So that is POE Wiki, Assassin Deathmarked. Deathmarked. Make sure that I'm not remembering it wrong, because that certainly does happen. Current wording. Oh, trigger level 30 Assassin's Mark on attack critical strike against a rare or unique enemy while you have no marks. Marks cost no mana. That is the text that it is keeping. So it is, yes, specifically on an attack critical strike, and it is only Assassin's Mark, and Assassin's Mark is the one that causes the enemy to grant a power charge when slain and increases your chance to critically hit it, increases the crit multi that you get against it. So yeah, it's still it does genuine things, but it's not the real. It's kind of just not been very good. It's not that it does nothing at all. It's just not quite there. And there's so many other things. Assassin actually has a lot of cool stuff. It's really hard to make a cohesive package of four mods on it and also build some defenses. That's the real problem with Assassin, is that you can take 4 glass cannon nodes and you can become pretty good at being a glass cannon from that. But it's really hard to get 3 glass cannon nodes and 1 defensive node. There is a defensive node, but it's kind of it's very conditional. And yeah, it's there's good stuff there, but I think it is very playable at the moment, but I also understand why it's not getting that much play. However, we have a bunch of changes here. Mystical Infusion here is crazy. So this no longer says, I wish I was cool enough to wear Sandstorm Visage. Instead, it grants your spell critical strike chance bifurcates and 30% less spell critical strike chance. Now, what this means is that you roll critical strike chance twice, and if you roll exactly 1 crit, then you still crit. If you roll 0, you don't crit. But if you roll 2, if both of them end up rolling as crits, then you end up getting a kind of double crit. So if you've got 500% crit multi, so you've got 100% base damage, but 500% on a crit, then that's 400% extra damage on a crit. That extra damage on a crit ends up applying twice. So very, very, very strong effect. And yes, it's been mentioned there that it does stack with Lucky Crit, but in general, I think you are going to want this in conjunction with 143% crit without this node. So you want to have at least have your crit very close to that level. If you actually can make the 143%, then you're still 100% crit chance for your spells. even after they bifurcate. But if you can't quite get there, that's still fine. Really, really crazy strong. This is like Maryland's Fallacy, but miles better. The amount of crit multi that you get from Maryland's Fallacy, it's that, but it's miles better, and it stacks with it. Although you might have a bit of trouble managing both of those effects at the same time. Like that is a lot of less crit at that point. Still, this node is now really good. Really, really, really good. And so it's, yeah, this is crazy, crazy good. This is like one of the best nodes around. You will need to invest in getting more crit than you would otherwise need to. So you'll need to keep that in mind. But even once you do that, this is crazy good. This is one of the best. This is one of the best nodes that you can get anywhere. Hierophant. Hierophant is not getting taken out the back and shot. People have been saying it's getting taken out the back and shot. Instead, Hierophant is just getting just getting kicked once, but not while he's down, just getting kicked while he's standing. He's hurt, but he's fine. He's still going to be really good. And this now nerfs the amount of damage you get per summon totem. I will say, though, that for Kinetic Fusillade specifically, the number of other changes, but one of the biggest losses is the fact that we don't know you can get cord belts. So you've got to remember that. That is really, really, really important. Strickler is asking, has anyone ever used the word bifurcates before? And you'll notice I'm sometimes calling it bifurcation, sometimes bifurcation. That's because it's not used very much. The reason that I know the word, the reason I wasn't shocked by it the first time I saw it in Path of Exile 2 was because I used to play Magic the Gathering. And as a result, I remember a card called Bifurcate, or Bifurcate, whichever one it is. We always called it Bifurcate at the store that I was regular at then. This was circa 2000. Because it would have been Mercadian Masks, I think, that sort of era. That was when that card was introduced. I remembered it existing. It is definitely used in science as well, like people are mentioning in chat. It kind of means duplicate. It is not really slice in two. It is split into two whole copies of the original. I also learned a bunch of other words from Magic the Gathering as well. Like, you'll hear me use the word pernicious quite a bit, and that is definitely Magic the Gathering. There's a few other really obscure words. So, yeah, basically, definitely comes up a bunch. And people are saying biology is the other spot. And that obviously makes sense with all the crabs. So, can we bifurcate a crab? All sorts of silliness there. And Inquisitor is next. Inquisitor is getting a new notable that allows you to be as cool as someone wearing Sandstorm Visage. So the Assassin lost this notable. Had it. It had one that had it, but it's been changed and actually got changed to something much better. But the Inquisitor node is actually really good. And actually the Inquisitor can use this quite well. I think the Assassin didn't really need it in most cases, unless you were using a spell that just could hardly crit at all. And then we have the Instruments of Zeal passive skill now grants +3 maximum fanatic charges. This is actually a buff, 3 from 4. That's a buff. And the fanaticism lasts for 5 seconds instead of 4 and grants 75% less cost of spells you cast yourself, previously 75% reduced. This last part is a nerf. Although I think with all the other changes to mana costs, it's probably actually neutral. All in all, though, Instruments of Zeal, if it fit your build before, it is still as good as it was before. It's just that it fits slightly differently with a couple of other things. Now, Occultist. So, gain Spirit Infusion every second while channeling a spell. Like, can we just say a second is a long time in Path of Exile? There are situations where you channel for a full second, and people will try and play this on Winter Orb, but I feel like a second is a long time. Each stack of Spirit Infusion grants 30% faster start of Energy Shield recharge. Channeling spells deal 10% more damage, and channeling spells have 20% more cost. Maximum 5 stacks. So the best case scenario, and you will not have this best case scenario very often, but the best case scenario is 50% more damage, 100% more cost, which is ouch, but you can probably manage it. and 150% faster start of energy shield recharge. But you lose a stack every 0.5 seconds if you've not gained a stack in the past 2 seconds. This is worse than it sounds. And the reason for this is that if you channel for 800 milliseconds, then you haven't gained a charge, which means that you are going to start losing your charges again. And that's the real problem here. Spirit Infusion is going to fall off really quickly if you're ever forced to move. Now, you can Frostblink around while you're charging, or while you're charging something, while you're channeling, so it's not completely and utterly lost, but I do think you are going to find a lot of problems with this here. There are ways to use this, definitely, and people are saying, yeah, Flesh and Flame this new node, Unhallowed Rite, onto the Elementalist, and that will work well there, because Elementalist has got a lot of other support, just generic damage and stuff like that. Elementalist also has a couple of things that make them tankier. So there is a potential for this to be used, but I think you're going to find it's much worse than it looks. And that is that whole thing of a whole second, and you lose stacks based upon 500 milliseconds without gaining a stack for 2 seconds. Like, if you've not channeled in the past 2 seconds, I feel like you'd have like 85% uptime on this. As it is, I feel like you're going to have like 20-30% uptime on 5 stacks. So yeah, this is really, really wild. People talking about Stormbind and Cultist getting a lot of extra bonuses here. Something I think could be really funny, and I am not suggesting this is a good build, and actually I don't know if it'll work, but Stormbind in Crab Totems. Could you imagine you've got your scuttling little crab totems and then they just start casting Stormbind, and just the amount of utter screen vomit you could cause with that, because Stormbind is such a hideously ugly skill and you can just spam it so many times around it. It's going to be really, 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 really crazy. But yeah, basically, Unhallowed Rite, very not sold on it because of 2 seconds not being long enough and 1 second being just... oh, such a long time. Such a long time. Reliquarian, we did a deep dive into this. It was my day 10 video. Chances are most of you have already seen it because it was the highest performing video I've had on my channel anytime semi-recently at all. So, yeah, basically lots of cool stuff here, from the silly, like the Shattered Divinity, Greater Harbinger of Directions does some pretty crazy stuff, through to the boring but good Namahu's Flame, just 20% fire pen if you're dealing fire damage, and you get the bonus of Molten Burst. Like, Molten Burst, not so great, but the 20% fire pen is a lot. Melding as an option endgame, Polaric Devastation as an option endgame, Gloomfang as a phenomenal option endgame, and then at the start we've got, here you've got the Black Cane, really hard to use well, but really strong. Shimmeron, really good and really easy to use. Zergle's Crank, if you've got nothing better, it's not very good, but you know, like it's better than not having anything useful at all. Val Caress, incredible just with a Val skill gem early on, if you're using the non-Val version of it as well, because that +2 will apply to the non-Val version of it. Elevore just for early game, don't keep this late, but Apostate and Dawnbreaker for endgame. One of them is going to be, well, Dawnbreaker's generically very good, Apostate is very niche, but so much good stuff here, but day 10 video if you want to see more of that. Now, there are a lot of changes that are taking place to mana in general, but we'll start quickly by mentioning the ones that are mentioned here. We've got a new cluster that's being added, cast speed, mana cost efficiency of spells, and 3% increased intelligence. This is a good notable. This is a notable you'll be very happy to take on a lot of builds, but it also is one that's going to live or die based upon what the small nodes to get in there are. If this takes 3 small nodes and it's also in a junction that you don't normally pass through, then it's a lot worse than if it's got 2 small nodes and it's at a junction that people frequently pass through. Like, it's northeast of the Witch's starting locations, so I'm just trying to think of a junction people... If it's the same spot as Throatseeker, then I think it's Throatseeker. Whatever it is, the crit node that's northeast of the Witch's location, then it would be really, really good. It was 3 points. If it's 4 points and it's a couple of steps away from that, it's a bit worse. So keep this one in mind. It's generically good. Also, I want to mention something that will come up when we get to spells. I'll mention this again when we get to spells, but Lightning has a new identity as an element. Lightning is fast to cast, even faster to drain your mana pool. And so you will want clusters like this, and particularly ones that just have mana cost efficiency in them. You will want clusters, you will want investment in mana cost efficiency on builds that are using a lot of lightning. Lightning spells, narrowly, that is. Contemplative Meditation is being added northwest of the Templar start. This is going to be 8% reservation efficiency, 20% cost efficiency. Again, lives or dies based upon what else is with it, but this looks really good. Mana reservation efficiency, already really good. This sounds like it is a mana cluster, and mana clusters have 12% MRE as a mastery that you can take. So if you're taking exactly one, that's really good. There's a lot of reservation available there, and the fact that you're getting some other good stuff with it, like cost efficiency is a live mod. I think this is a really good cluster, unless it's in a terrible spot. Every single source of reduced cost of skills on the passive tree has been converted to cost efficiency at appropriate values. Now, when they did this with mana reservation efficiency, so they had reduced mana reservation, became mana reservation efficiency. That was done at 2-1. I don't know if they'll be quite as generous this time, but I do think it's important to keep in mind this is going to have a bit of an effect on attack builds. I feel like attack builds are going to struggle to get mana cost quite to 0 as easily as they have in the past. Attack builds are probably going to need to leave like 12% of their efficiency live. Oh, sorry, 12% of their mana pool or so live. It's going to vary depending on the exact setup, but you just want to keep that one in mind. People mentioning that inspiration has not been changed. Yeah, that's a good point. That's come up. Inspiration is something that does reduce mana cost, but if there's not many other sources of reduced mana cost for it to go with, that's not really going to matter. A couple of totem nerfs here. These are not crushing. So totem passive mastery that used to grant critical strike chance conditional upon you having summoned a totem recently. This has been nerfed from 60% to 40%. And Shaman's Dominion used to grant you 60% critical strike chance with totem skills, nerfed to 50%. And the preceding small passives now grant less crit multi as well. So these nerfs are real for crit totem builds, but they're not crushing. There's a bunch of little nerfs to totem builds that individually are small, collectively they're large, but they're also survivable. Now, skill gem changes. Most spells that have received base damage increases now also grow more with gem level. Now, two things to say here. Firstly, Divine Ire is given as an example, 27% more damage at gem level 20, 37% more damage at gem level 30. So that's the sort of level of growth that you can get there. But also people have mentioned that this probably applies to effectiveness of added damage, which then partially, but not completely, countervails the things we were saying earlier about Abyss Jewels. So the reason that the Abyss Jewel flat spell damage that they have on them has fallen off over time is because they stack additively with the explosive amount of flat damage that you get from increasing the gem levels. Now, the other skills that have had major identity shifts here, shadow-themed physical spells and pure cold hit spells now have higher critical strike chances, and pure fire spells generally have lower critical strike chances. Pure lightning, we've already mentioned its identity is fast and faster still at draining your mana, and pure fire spells generally have lower mana costs and higher effectiveness of added damage. So there is this cool thing where they're giving them all identities here. Arcane Cloak is getting nerfed, finally. This is not crushing, and it's going to still be very, very good, but it is getting quite the nerf here, going from 10%, from 14% down to 10%. Basically, it's like having a level 1 version of Arcane Cloak instead of having a level 21 one. Definitely very real, but I still think Archmage is probably still going to survive fine. It's just not going to be the only way to play these sorts of builds. And I think that's the intention they're going for here, is try and find a situation where Archmage feels viable but not dominant. A good question has come up from King of Nemesis, which is, are there guides on levels when flat damage offers a bigger payoff due to added damage effectiveness than increased spell damage modifiers? Broad rule of thumb. During the campaign, or actually, until you get to level 19 baked onto your skill gem, until you reach that point, level appropriate plus fire damage to spells is better than +1 to fire skills. That is your rule of thumb, as long as it's level appropriate. But once your gem hits level 19 and 20, that ceases to be the case, and +1 to level is better. So that's the rule of thumb there. And the gap just increases further and further because the amount of flat damage that you get to spells from gaining a level is exponential with the level. Is this potentially due to the quality? I'm just going to bring up the Arcane Cloak exact stats just to confirm that, because you do get 10 more quality than you used to get. It's no, the quality changes on Arcane Cloak. The quality changes do make Arcane Cloak better than it was, but not by enough to offset this. This was so it's 11% of mana spent, because you do have, like, assuming that you've got a blue socket, you're going to get 10% increased effective buff there. Absolution is getting cast faster, but no other changes. So that's a pretty big one, because Absolution was already fine. Absolution of Inspiring is similar as well. Arc is getting the treatment of just being faster to cast and more mana cost. Arc of Oscillating is the same, and Arc of Surging is getting buffs on top of that. So that's your arc changes. Mostly it's just faster casting. Faster casting is a very big deal on these lightning skills, but again, it's going to be drinking your mana. Armor Brand of Volatility. This is getting way more damage now, like way more damage, and it might almost be there at this point. It's costing less mana than it used to cost. It's doing way more damage than it used to do. Keep your eye on this one. I'm not certain it gets there, but I know people have been hyped by this. Definitely seems like it's got a bunch of stuff going for it. I do want to check something with that. It's the exact numbers of... It also has no penalty to damage with Ignite as well. So this is the one that only strikes once. And it's something that, because it's clunky, it's allowed to have higher damage. But it has no penalty to the amount of damage that it can do with ailments. So you might want to give a bit of a look into this if you're thinking of playing some sort of Ignite-based build. It's not the only option. Penance Brand Ignite is another option. In fact, that's something I'm really seriously considering playing this league. But Armor Brand of Volatility definitely has, like, the pieces are there for it to work now. The damage on it, like, I want to compare how much that is to a Fireball, right? So what's Fireball doing currently? Fireball at gem level 20 is dealing 2460 top end, so 1640 to 2460, and this is going to deal... Yeah, so it's basically, it is almost exactly a Fireball and a quarter. It's almost exactly 25% more damage than Fireball. And so that's going to then mean that you've got all that extra damage as base damage for Ignites. It is clunky. Armor Band of Volatility is very clunky, but I do think that there is some serious damage in there. Barrage is getting a buff there, firing a 6 projectile. Barrage has really sort of fallen off. I used to see this a lot, but then people shifted over to Artillery Ballista as the bossing skill. And then since then, there's been a bunch of other tech that's been developed since. But Artillery Ballista is really good for doing bossing on bow builds. And Barrage is something, yeah, like there's a bunch of things you can use there. Ball Lightning. Ball Lightning is getting a massive buff here. Base radius on this gem matters enormously. So it's not only is it getting the cast time improvement at the expense of higher mana cost, which is already probably a positive overall exchange, but the base radius improvement is amazing because this skill rolls slowly over enemies, and the longer that it is in contact with an enemy, the more damage it does. So yeah, really, really solid there. Ball Lightning of Orbiting, just getting the classic changes to lightning skills. Ball Lightning of Static is getting the same things, except it's also getting an extra cooldown use, but I still think that Ball Lightning of Orbiting is the good one of the Ball Lightnings, as well as Classic Ball Lightning for that matter. They've all got their potentials, but Ball Lightning don't write off how big a buff this is. This first buff here is something like 11% more damage, just because it will spend another 11% more time in contact, which means 11% more hits on average. Blade Blast and a bunch of these things are just getting increased AoE. This is another thing that's really common. A lot of these spells that they're not always self-cast, but Blade Blast is always self-cast. It's getting quite the boost here. Blade Blast of Dagger Detonation is something that's just funny. No one's ever really made it work as far as I know, but it's such a cool idea. Blade Blast of Unloading is getting slightly higher stats as well, but again, it's more of that playing into that crit thing. And what else do we have here? We've got the Blade Vortex is getting nerfed moderately. This is not crushing, but Blade Vortex is really, really badly hit by the fact that minion pack support is just getting obliterated. Blade Vortex is getting a win and a loss here. It is getting a better crit chance, but overall it is net negative for what's changing with it. Blade Vortex of the Scythe is getting buffed out of sight, but is still bad. Like, this is taking a skill from the bottom of F tier and raising it to the middle of F tier. I feel like this needs so much more than that. Bladefall Low, this is getting just more damage in general and quite a bit of it. I think it might need more, but I'm not sure on that. Bladefall of Impaling is getting buffed even more than that. And Bladefall of Trathus is getting messy. This is going to drain more mana than it used to. This one is scary here. This one is scary, scary, scary here. A good point that Blade Vortex was fine prior to Minion Pact as well, but I mean, it was serviceable. It was a very playable skill prior to that. And the fair versions of Blade Vortex are still very playable. They're just, so like your Quad Herald or Queen Herald or Hexa Herald setup is still very playable. Bladefall of Trathus is gaining a bit more damage, but at the expense of massively hitting your mana. There's actually a nerf to this skill. This is worse than it was before. So the increase to mana is really substantial, the mana drain on this. And yeah, this is harder to sustain than it used to be. It's never used for damage. It's always used in order to apply some sort of debuff to enemies. Bladefall of Volleys is getting a boost that's probably not enough. Blazing Salvo getting a boost that I don't think is enough either. Body Swap is getting quite a big boost. This is on my radar as a skill that's getting a scary boost. Now deals 6% of your maximum life as base fire damage, which is potentially scales very high depending on the way you build your character. 300% more area of effect if consuming a corpse, previously 200%. Now, it's worth noting that 300% more area means double a radius. 200% more area means 73% more radius. So it's actually not that big an increase. It sounds like you're going 200 to 300%. Oh, that's 100%. But actually it's not, because that is the area of effect. So it's already, you're only looking at the square root of that. Cast speed is better though, and quality makes it better again. Like, and Body Swap gets more quality than it used to get as well. So like basically Body Swap is really sort of, everything is getting a lot better here on Body Swap. I think we're mentioning that Wrathpith is taking a hit, but I think that in all in all, Body Swap is something that you probably want to be igniting with. Now, yeah, sure, you could have used Foulborn Wrathpith, but I think in general, like, this may be something you don't want to be Wrathpithing with. Body Swap with Ashes really does look like it's potentially got some legs. And there's also, I also want to mention something while we're talking about quality in general. I feel like this is the right spot for it. Let me remind people that there is other ways to scale quality. There's a really forgotten thing on the Maven Orb. So I'm calling it a Maven's Orb because I used to play back when it was called a Maven's Orb. It's the Orb of Dominance. The Orb of Dominance used to be dropped only from the Maven. Now it drops only from like Shaper Elder and a few other things. But the Orb of Dominance has a mod that it can elevate. From memory, it is in the Shaper and Warlord mod pools, is +1 to the level of socketed skill gems on body armor. And from the Elder and Redeemer is +1 to the level of socketed support gems. The elevated version of this also adds 5 to 10 quality. And body swap is going to get miles better when you've got that on it, and potentially using it in conjunction with enhance as well, and then using that to ignite. I think that's going to be something that's really potentially going to do some silly stuff. That's going to be something that needs a lot of thought going into it. But I think there's something really crazy you could do along those lines there. So keep that one in mind. You could make some weird body armors and then body swap and do some silly stuff. I don't know if it's any good. I haven't done any of the maths on it, but definitely play around with it. Body swap to sacrifice, and then we have Cold Snap is getting a change here. A bunch of things are getting inherent chance to freeze, and this is something that Grundy Games talked about exclusively here. Inherent chance to freeze is a thing that Grundy Games wants you to have access to here because they want the feeling of freezing enemies to be something that is available earlier in the game. Because ultimately, freeze is a dead thing until you get quite late in progression. So they're going out of their way to give Cold Snap a chance to freeze here, and also Cold Snap of Power. They're improving the critical strike chance on it. Like lots of little things like this that probably won't matter that much once you're really solid at endgame. Although Cold Snap without critical strikes could actually conceivably be played if you had the propagation of freeze from cluster jewels, or I think there's a glove implicit for it as well for freeze propagation, proliferation. There's a bunch of things you could do that would be silly here. So that's non-crit spellcasting is something that you're forced into early game anyway. You don't have the option of crit, but it might just become something that is viable to consider here. So just something that's changed. It's like something that's worth just thinking of as existing now. Maybe it doesn't actually matter on this skill, but for some of the other ones, it's worth just knowing it's there. Commandment of Inferno is way too niche. Like this is triggered by the Unyielding Flame unique shield. Can now be supported, but it's I don't think it's good enough. Crack Lance. All three versions of Crack Lance are getting quite the buff. Crack Lance was almost playable before. So you have base Crack Lance is getting a big boost, 165 to 190%. That's 15% more damage. And it's also getting cast faster as well. And it's not a small amount of cast speed reduction. Oh, sorry, cast speed improvement. 650 milliseconds down to 500 milliseconds. So that means that 30% more damage because you can spam the spell faster, and also 15% more of your damage. This is basically a 50% more multiplier to the amount of damage you do with Crack Lance. And on top of that, you also get to maximum unleash stacks quicker, which is also better as well. So lots of things there that are notable. And like is mentioned in chat there by a couple of people, Enraged Monkey in particular, that getting an additional bunch of quality there is really strong as well, because Crack Lance of Disintegration has such a good quality stat on it. Crack Lance of Branching is getting the same sort of level of buffing as Crack Lance, a little bit less actually. It's 25% faster. So you're going from casting in 15 seconds, you are going from casting 20 to 25 spells. So that's 25% more damage. And then the damage amplification is like 13%. It is, 12%. So 12% more per cast and 25% more casts. So that is going to be... that is... what is it? You're doing 40% more damage. So Crack Lance to Branching, 40% more. Crack Lance to 50% more. Crack Lance to Disintegration is getting buffed 25% and 11%. So they multiply together to be 45 on 40. Yeah, like it's getting... Everything's getting better in Crack Lance, basically. Way better, and Disintegration is getting so much more from quality. So there's a lot of good stuff here. Lots and lots of good stuff here. Cripping Frost now has critical strike chance of 7.5%, up from 6%. Again, playing into that thing where you get more quality... more of a bonus to critical strike chance on your cold spells. Cremation of Exhuming is getting a substantial improvement here. Projectiles fire faster, but it's also getting a drawback as well. It's only firing 3 projectiles. Previously, it was 4. So it is compressing what it does into a smaller period of time, which is more DPS, but also more mana cost. Essentially, Cremation of Exhuming is getting the treatment lightning skills are getting, even though it is kind of not the most lightning skill out there. And then we have Cremation of the Volcano is also getting this compression of damage. It is doing its damage faster rather than doing more of it or anything like that. And that is actually more DPS. But again, it's also more mana per second that is spent, so lots of stuff there. Dark Bargain and Dark Bargain of Trathus. Note that these are Dark Pact. So Dark Pact is being renamed Dark Bargain. Getting more crit chance, and Dark Bargain of Trathus is just jank anyway. Yes, it's getting buffed, but it is jank. I think one thing that's actually interesting with Dark Bargain of Trathus that I want to mention here, this is a thought experiment that I think is really worth your while thinking about when you're considering how important DPS is in the game. I want you to imagine you've got a skill that does the following. It is guaranteed, it is not RNG, it is guaranteed that the 10th time you hit an enemy, it will deal not 1 million, not 1 billion damage, not a trillion damage, but a quadrillion damage. However, the first 9 hits only deal 1 damage. So this is a strike that is dealing an average of 100 trillion damage every hit. That is incredible. But there's so much clunk attached to it that even though you've got this tremendous amount of on-paper DPS that just makes every merit tier build in the world look terrible, you actually have a terrible build. Dark Bargain of Trathus is exactly that, except you don't have the payoff of dealing a quadrillion damage, you don't have the payoff of dealing a trillion damage, you have the payoff of dealing good damage. So, yeah, I think it's having to cast a spell 7 times for it to be good is just unbelievably messy. Discharge is getting giga buffed. However, Discharge is also a very slow spell, and slow spells are inherently dangerous, especially when they got a cooldown attached to them. This is also going to come up when we get to Hexblast. Hexblast, I think, actually does have legs now as well. Discharge has legs, but Discharge has a lot of clunk attached to it. Very, very hard to use. Discharge of Misery is going to get more damage as well, but I don't think that's getting there. If anything gets played, it'll be Discharge, probably with Ignite. Divine Blast, this is the clunky shield skill. It is getting small but meaningful buffs. However, the most important one is the base duration. This actually is a big deal. This buff is substantial, the base duration, but it's also just such a clunky skill that I don't see many people using it. By all means, try it in conjunction with less duration support if you want, but it's really, really, really messy. Divine Ire now has 75% effectiveness of added damage at gem level 20, which is up from 50%, which is nice. However, this is Divine Ire. This is a channeling skill. Channeling skills like, yeah, use this with totems, basically. Like, use this with a totem. That's my rule of thumb for channeling skills. They're hideous. You can use channeling skills, particularly Divine Ire of Ignite, can in theory be used for igniting builds, but it's, and people have done this successfully in the past. It will murder your wrists. Do not play this for an entire league, definitely. If you must play it for a couple of days to try it, just do some stretches beforehand. Make sure that you do some proper gamer stretches so that you don't end up injuring yourself by playing this bad skill. But yeah, terrible mechanics on this skill. Even though it... and the other thing that I think is important with Divine Ire Ignite that is really not obvious until you play it, Ignite is all about proliferation, and one of the problems is that Divine Ire, you deal small hits around you all the time. Those small hits will ignite and they'll kill some of the small enemies, and sometimes you'll end up firing off a big, chunky, charged up shot, but you'll physics miss the target you were going for because either it's just teleported, or because it's invulnerable, or just because you happen to miss it. In any of those circumstances, if you hadn't killed all of the trash mobs around it, you would inflict a Giga Ignite on one of the trash mobs, and then that monster would die and it would Beric's Respite the Ignite across to the target you wanted to kill, or it would proliferation it across to them as long as they stayed in close proximity to the corpse, and the rare monster would go down anyway. The problem with Divine Ire is that you're going to deal small ignites that kill those trash monsters, but you're not really going to tickle a big monster, and then when you fire off your big one, you can miss. So that's something that's, yeah, I really don't like this. That said, yeah, we do need to try this out with the crab totems. So that's something that's definitely come up there that you want to try. And yeah, Ooplute's mentioning exactly the same thing I mentioned with the occultist node. I think that occultist node is DOA. I think like 1 second is too long, 2 seconds is too short. We'll have to see what happens with the crabs. Like whether the crabs can keep moving while they're channeling or not is an open question. I think they probably can't. But even if they can't, I think they're still going to be pretty solid for a bit. So Divine Ire totems could be funny. With or without anything else. Oh yeah, and people are mentioning Stormbind maybe. Stormbind because of its oddball mechanics. It might be good there. But it's still, in general, I think I would not use that node. I would not count on that node because 1 second is a long time. It is a long time. And if you channel for under a second, you're going to end up not getting your credit for it. And you're going to start losing all your charges. Divine Retribution. This is so clunky that I'm still not sold. These numbers are, like, they are making the numbers on this big. They are getting really big, but I'm still not sold on it. Elemental Hit. Elemental Hit of the Spectrum lives. Elemental Hit, however, this is not the nerf to Elemental Hit. Elemental Hit is taking a nerf to the damage here. However, in the bug fixes section, there is another change that is hitting LE Hit, and that is massive. Previously, it was getting a double. It was doubling the amount of AoE effect that you were getting. That was tremendous. That is also fixed. It is in the bug section. So, yeah, basically, Elemental Hit, I am not convinced. I think it is probably still very playable, but I'm not convinced that there's any reason it will be great anymore. Essence Drain of Wickedness, I need to quickly remind myself what that one does. I'm just doing that in the background. Essence Drain of Wickedness. This is indeed the one that... this is the one that causes you to be healed for some of it. So, projectiles pierce all targets. It deals an initial hit of chaos damage that is not trivial. It then applies chaos damage per second to the enemy, and it has a 1 second base duration. Compared to the baseline version is 3.8 seconds. So this is essentially Essence Drain, except compressed into a shorter period, except the initial hit is much bigger, and it pierces, but it does not do as much damage over time. So it's kind of a bit of a mixture of... It's a mixture of hit and dot, which is an awkward thing to scale there. And yes, so basically, that's Essence Drain of Wickedness. It really needed additional... Everything that fires projectiles really needs additional projectiles, and maybe that's enough to matter, especially with them always piercing, but it's kind of hard to scale Chaos Hit. And it's also like everyone that plays classic Essence Drain is always playing it as a DOT build. Essence Drain of Wickedness is kind of in this really weird spot where it's trying to do both things at once. You would have to play this with Cruelty support, I think. And like, I'm not sold. I'm not sold on it. Ethereal Knives is getting buffed. Everything about this is better than it was. This is baseline Ethereal Knives. Note that it is not Ethereal Knives of the Massacre. That is getting a buff, but it's only small. Ethereal Knives of the Massacre is the one people are excited about, but baseline Ethereal Knives is getting quite a bit better here. Lingering Blades is getting a buff as well, but this is kind of weird. This skill, you know if you need this gem, and you will appreciate these changes if you do need it, but generally speaking, Ethereal Knives is the one you want most of the time. Ethereal Knives of the Massacre, though, this is the one people are really excited about. This was already good, and it's getting several buffs. So base crit going 6% to 10% is one thing, but also, and that's a very real thing, but also you have Gloomfang as an option in the Ascendancy for the Scion, the Reliquarian. So there's a bunch of things that are really interesting to keep in mind there. Exactly how it works out. Like, people were already playing this, so any buff is going to make it better. Eye of Winter, already playable, getting better. Weird Eye of Winters are also the same. Fireball, not getting buffed enough. It is getting buffed. These buffs are real, but they're just not enough. The crit damage, the crit strike chance is not really a big deal. Like, that is a nerf to it, but it's not an important one. The extra radius is welcome, but it's not really the problem that it's having. 30% more damage from added damage, but you are not getting 30% base damage. So this is one of those weird spots where where normally the amount of added damage that you get, from effectiveness of added damage, normally that linearly scales with your flat damage that you do. That has not been the case on this gem. All in all, though, Fireball is definitely better than it was, but it's not better by enough to play. That's the key thing there. Firestorm is getting increased effectiveness of added damage, but not actually getting increased base damage. And the mana cost is getting better. The fact that the mana cost is getting better at low gem levels is actually a big deal. I think that these changes make Firestorm better than it was. It was already very good as an Ignite skill during the campaign, but it is better than it was during the campaign, which is quite a lot, actually. Like, I was saying quite a bit. This was a very, 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 very good gem early on. Yeah, I did mention Fire Spell Identity is getting more coefficients. The thing is that it's not coming with flat damage, so like they're not getting scaled by enough. I think that's the key thing. Just answering Craniple's comment there that, like, yeah, Fire Spell Identity is getting better added damage coefficients, but it's not gaining enough to make up for everything, to make a big difference, because you're not really wanting to hunt for sources of flat damage, because spell damage percent and plus gems are better. Plus gems is just so much better in general. So I think that aspect of Fireball is going to be a miss, like going from 370 to 480%. But the flat damage is welcome, like the fact that it's gaining an extra kind of 12-15% base damage. That's very valuable. I do agree. I would rather them shoot low and fine tune later. I just wish they'd fine tune quicker, rather than, like, compared to the alternative of overbuffing and then like having a dominant skill for a league. Fireball, though, had no real risk of that. I feel like Fireball could have been buffed to 500% effectiveness of added damage and also had the 370% boosted up. Or Fireball could have got, at gem level 11, it could have got +2 projectiles, and at gem level 25, it could have got +2 more. That would have been a real solution to Fireball's real problem, which is damage projection. Then you wouldn't have needed to make the unreasonable sacrifices you have to make in order for Fireball to deal damage. Or yeah, Fireball exploding on Pierce and Chain, that would also help. It does explode on Fork, but it doesn't explode on Pierce or Chain when it should. So yeah, there's a lot of things Fireball needs. It doesn't have any of the things it needs. It doesn't have It doesn't have projectile speed either. That's the other thing with Fireball. If you ever play it, I have played Ignite Fireball in the past, both when it was reasonable in 3.16 and when it was terrible more recently. And it's not that it ever got nerfed. It's just that it got outscaled. It was kind of always serviceable, never good. That's basically been Fireball for a long time, and the lack of projectile speed really hurts it. Anyways, Firestorm. We're saying Firestorm base gem has gotten a big improvement in the campaign. Basically here, the base mana cost early on is just like, this is fantastic for Firestorm. Firestorm Ignite was already a B plus or A minus tier leveling setup, and it's just gotten better. Firestorm of Meteors. This is getting quite a bit more base radius, and base radius is a lot better than increased area of spells. That's something that's less important. The effectiveness of added damage is higher, the base damage is higher, but not by as much, and it gets more benefit from quality, which is also good because you get more quality now than you used to be able to. Everything about Firestorm of Meteors is getting better, and I'm still not convinced that it's quite there, but it's almost there. I just need to confirm that it is not taking any penalties to Ignite. I don't think it does. Firestorm of Meteors. Correct. It does not. So, yeah, like this is Firestorm. Essentially, you would go, Firestorm is the easy to get skill. If you happen to get Firestorm of Meteors, you definitely use it. And this is something that you can ignite with, and it's quite solid for igniting. But it's probably not going to be quite the meta skill for Ignite because there are a couple of other options. Anyways, Firestorm of Pelting, I am very not sold on. Yeah, it does more damage now. It's got less mana cost. Not convinced that's enough for that one. That one was quite bad. Flame Dash getting very minor changes. Flame Dash of Return is getting more damage, quite a bit more damage. But again, this is still Flame Dash of Return. People have made this work. Like, people have made this work as a meme build, which is quite funny. Is Firestorm of Pelting good for bossing, is it, Esmat? I have not tried it for bossing. I've only experimented with it in... so you just spam it like crazy on bosses, do you? That's the trick with it. And then, because the bosses have large hitboxes. So if you're fighting a monster that's got a crazy amount of, like a crazy large hitbox, we're not just talking like Katava Depraved Trinity here, we're talking like Shaper. I can see that being good. And yeah, pelting for poison as well, yeah. I can see that. All right, so I'm probably being a bit unfairly dismissive of Firestorm of Pelting. And if it's being used for poison, I feel like poison is something where effectiveness of added damage is actually a really good stat for that. So maybe that is actually... Maybe I'm understating how good that is. Because if you were using that with something like Covenant for level 29 added chaos damage, that would actually be really strong. I've just got a coughing fit coming on. I'm just going to quickly... sorry about that, all. Definitely have the coughing fits are getting annoying there. Oh yes, well, Energy Blade is also... Oh, Energy Blade with Battle Mage is going to be phenomenal there, yeah. I can definitely see Energy Blade with Battle Mage being great with a lot of these fire skills now. Actually, just these fire skills in general, like Energy Blade, Battle Mage really gain a lot out of that. Flame Surge's most important stat is getting buffed substantially here, 25 to 30% amplification of Ignite there. The other stats on this are also getting better. So everything about Flame Surge except the critical strike chance, which doesn't matter, is getting made better. But ultimately, the one that matters, this is a big boost to Flame Surge on Ignite builds. 25% being buffed up to 30. That's big. Flame Surge of Combusting, this is the oddball one. This is the one that deals tremendous amounts of damage to ignited enemies. and it's a hit-based skill. It's really hard to use well. Really hard to use well. I'm not saying it's trash, just saying that I feel like it's kind of difficult there. Flame Blast. OG Flame Blast is getting quite a lot more radius. So 0.3 meters to radius per stage is now 0.4. That is massive. The amount of damage it's doing is getting boosted. Base amount of cost is getting nerfed. Flame Blast also is something that could be really funny with the Crab Staff. I am not suggesting this is a good setup, but there was a historical build that we called Pizza Totems at the time. This is a long time ago. Like, this is about the time Beyond League happened. Pizza Totems was a build that was a Flame Blast spell totem build, and the reason it got that name was just that these massive red circles that look like they're burning pizzas, and they were kind of funny there and did a lot of they did a lot of damage for the time. That was non-critical strike instant application damage. So you're talking, that was not an ignite build. That was a hit build that was dealing instant damage, but was not crit, which is something you don't really see that much now. But Flame Blast Flame Blast, except as an ignite build, is so unthinkable these days. I agree, but it was really funny to see, and the damage projection felt really good at the time. I played that build at one point. Flame Blast of Celerity. This is getting an increased area of effect. The base mana cost is down, the damage is up, and I don't think Flame Blast of Celerity. So this is the one that zooms up really, gets really big really quick. It's mini Flame Blast, and this one is something that you would probably use again in conjunction with totems for lols. But whether it's any good, I don't know, and I don't think it would be. Flame Blast of Contraction also getting getting a bunch of buffs as well. Lots of things around here getting buffs. Forbidden Rite. Now this is going to deal quite a bit more base chaos damage. Again, scaling chaos damage hit is kind of tough, so this is not something that's an automatic take, but it's something that's worth keeping in mind there. Now, Freezing Pulse. I was originally very excited by this, and people have talked me down from my initial excitement. Freezing Pulse is getting a lot of buffs, but it's already one of those skills that tends to be like it's getting additional damage projection, but it's not getting anything much in terms of single target. And people have said that the single target on it feels pretty bad. Now, it's no longer going to feel the need to have greater multiple projectiles, but people were saying they tended not to use it anyway. So this is something that is just not kind of like, I was initially really hyped for this, but I think a lot of people have convinced me that maybe I was just thinking too much of it. The big buffs are at endgame though. That's the thing that's interesting. It's getting a lot of buffs at endgame, where it's gaining those projectiles built in. Early game, it's not gaining so much. And very, very early game, you're not going to get the extra projectiles. Later on, you gain access to a bunch of better spells. So it's... And also, yeah, like people are saying, it is going to have the problem of an even number of projectiles. I really wish that when things got additional projectiles, when you went from, say, 3 to 4, it should instead be 3 to 50% chance of +2. I think that would be a lot better than going from 3 to 4, because then you start missing the target that you're aiming directly at. Frostbomb is next, and Frostbomb is getting a chunk of extra damage. Quite a chunk of extra damage. It's getting more crit, it's getting chance to freeze, so unconditionally better. Frostbomb had a period where it was really good, but that was as an ignite delivery spell back in 3.13. Frostbomb Ignite was a very real build for a period then, but I think it's just been outscaled. Really, really outscaled since then. Also, the game is just so much faster paced than it was back in 3.13. 3.13, you could actually have skills that were that bit slower to deal any damage at all. That sounds like it's just very, very dangerous now. Frostbomb of Forthcoming is one that I've never had any experience with. Like it's the numbers are definitely getting better on this, but I don't have the experience to say whether this is any good or not. Likewise for Frostbomb of Instability. Again, it's just unconditionally better than it was, but I'm not able to say necessarily whether that's great. Frostblink and Wintry Blast, unconditionally better than they were, just better critical strike chance. And the other thing that I think is important here is that Frostblink and Frostblink of Wintry Blast are going to be affected very substantially by the changes to Reflect. So in the past, you would sometimes not level your Frostblink because you are playing a build that was a Fizz Spellcaster or something similar to that, and you wanted to be able to do a low amount of spell damage so that you didn't die to Reflect. That's something that's being changed around there so that it's no longer quite so dependent on that. And yeah, so anyways, the new way that Reflect works, that's not going to be the case. But that's Frostblink and Wintry Blast. Frostbolt is getting better as well. Freeze chance inherently, so that for early in the game, it's way better than it used to be. Critical strike chance of 7.5%, so that mid game in particular, it's better. And late game, getting the maximum crit on it is much more accessible. This feels like it's something that wants to be played with a assassin. There was like the builds that were popular in the past. Often use Crosby's Will, the cast on critical strike builds of that era. Cast on crit is in a worse spot than it used to be, but it still does. Like, it's still picked up a bunch on the assassin. I just think it might be too squishy. Galvanic Field is something that I would need to play with again to judge whether this is substantial or not. It is getting buffed. No one really ever uses this, so I'm not sure if this is enough to change that or not. The damage is really high on it. I will say the damage is really, really high. General's Cry. This support effect can no longer support skills with cooldowns. This has been a long time coming. This has been a long time coming, and I'm surprised that it wasn't done years and years ago. Glacial Cascade, this is getting some unconditional buffs again, but it's the wrong Glacial Cascade. Glacial Cascade of the Fisher is a much better skill. Glacial Cascade, that final pulse mechanic is just really, really clunky and awkward. Here, however, we have one that I'm excited a bit by, Hex Blast. So, I am not thinking Hex Blast as a spell to deal instant application hit damage. I'm thinking of it as an ignite delivery mechanism. The cooldown time, now keep in mind that this has the same cooldown mechanics as Seismic Trap now. So you can have 3 as your total number of them, and you fire one off, and then previously 2 seconds until you get one back. It's a very slow cast, Hex Blast. It deals ridiculous damage. Especially if it hits something that is hexed. And if it hits something that's hexed, it hits an area of effect around it that's quite large as well. So it deals a chaos damage hit, but that chaos damage hit has the capacity to ignite as though it was fire damage, and also has the capacity to shock and to freeze as well. But that tends to require a different investment to what ignite would do. Anyways, Hex Blast does feel like it's a bit better now. It's got that faster cast speed, but it is still a slow cast. I feel like if it gets there, it'll be on the Elementalist, just because you can get better cast speed on the Elementalist than anywhere else. And it definitely has a bunch of things going for it. You've got the ability to propagate damage a long way with Ignite, but I'm just not convinced over other Ignite options. So I don't think it's quite there. Hex Blast of Contradiction is essentially the same skill, except that the critical strike chance on it is higher, and it targets the resistances very differently, in a way that is, generally speaking, inferior to Hex Blast mechanically, but it has better critical strike chance to make up for that. Basically, though, they're the same skill. Hex Blast of Havoc is getting something that's weird. Critical strike chance support on a chaos damage skill. This really feels like, I think, like, there is a meme build that needs to happen at some point, and this is the Bifurcate node from the Assassin, and you use, what's it called? The skill, Flicker Strike of Power, in conjunction with Hex Blast of Havoc. So it's a cast on critical strike with the delivery mechanism being Flicker Strike of Power and the payload spell being Hex Blast of Havoc, which is Bifurcated Crit. I don't think this is good, but I do think it's funny. That's basically all it is. Holy Flame Totem was already good. It's just gotten better. Holy Flame Totem of Ire. I can't remember which one of these is better than the other one, but Holy Flame Totem is genuinely a very playable skill at all progression points. People think of it as an Act 1 skill, and it is really good in Act 1, but it is actually good all the way through progression. From like the start of the game from the start of the game when you pick it up all the way through to the to deep into endgame. Holy Hammers are not really getting any meaningful changes at all. Hydrosphere, bit of critical strike chance improvement, nothing much. Ice Nova, nothing really exciting here. Ice Nova of Deep Freeze is actually getting a much bigger boost here. I still am not sold on it, but it's Ice Nova of Frostbolts that might just have a big boost here with the, not the chance to freeze, but the critical strike chance getting upgraded on a skill that has historically been very good. Ice Nova of Frostbolts has been played in a couple of different ways, but it's been good for a while, so keep that one in mind. Ice Spear and the splitting version. So the splitting version is getting giga buffed. The base version is just getting a tiny buff. Ice Storm is getting a 60% buff to two things. So it's getting plus 60% to the amount of DPS that it does. It is also getting plus 60% to the amount of heat that is produced by your GPU. If you want to melt your GPU in an era where GPUs are more expensive than they used to be, thanks to demand from AI companies, then this is the skill to do it with. I'm not joking about that. Ice Storm is something that a lot of people just can't play. Their PC will overheat if they do. It's going to be worse too. If you want to be absolute peak troll, and you've got a monster of a PC and you have a friend that has a monster of a PC, you can set up a public party and you can both go and spam Ice Storms, and anyone that joins with you is probably going to end up just like unable to functionally play the game. It's that bad. Ice Storm, cast on crit Cyclone, yeah, there's lots of things that are just like really, really nuts. Or cast while channeling, or you just manually cast it. Anything you want to do with it. I think, is there any other way, like, how can you scale AoE as much as possible? And probably hard, but yeah, whatever you do, it's just absolute mess. Absolute mess. And Incinerate is getting a bunch of changes that someone else can comment on that's not me. I think this is just unconditionally better, right? It's taking, to get to maximum stages is now 1800 milliseconds, previously 1600, so okay, that's a bit slower, but the damage that it's doing is enormously better. I think that is just way better in general. And then we have other Incinerates that are also getting the same treatment. Kinetic Blast is getting Arcane Might nerfed, and it's getting less area damage. So KB is getting nerfed a bit there. A couple of things are getting hit with nerfs here in the wand skills area, but also a couple of them are getting buffed. KB of Clustering, this is getting a nerf to the amount of Arcane Might that it's got. This Arcane Might is the amount of attack damage that you get based upon the amount of spell damage that you've got, and it deals added damage based on the amount of mana that you've got. KBOC is probably still so good that like this nerf is not crushing. This nerf is not remotely crushing. It's painful, but it's not crushing. Kinetic Fusillade, there is a lot to say about this. Kinetic Fusillade is definitely worse than it was, but it is not as much nerfed as it sounds. And the reason for this is that you needed to invest aggressively into reduced duration in the past, just in order to make this skill function. Now you still need to invest in reduced duration, but you don't need to invest hard in it. Now, there are two different ways you can play this out. You can either play it out on attack totems, or you can play it out as a direct attack skill. If you're using it direct attack, you used to need a whole bunch of investment in reduced duration. in order to balance the amount of attack speed that you've got, so that you would immediately get your release your charges pretty much straight away. There's other ways you can play this, but they require a lot of careful min-maxing. Whereas getting it to the point that you are instantly machine gunning with it, that is the stronger way to play it. So you don't need as much reduced duration as you needed to. You can still get all the sources of reduced duration you used to be able to, but you used to have to use some pretty janky items like warp time piece or things along those lines in order to make it work. You don't need those anymore. You can replace those with real damage gear, but you're also having like a massive nerf to your attack speed. Like this is a 37.5% nerf to the amount of attack speed that you've got, and that is a less multiplier. So big nerf there. But at the same time, you can make a lot of that back. Kinetic Fusillade is actually fine at the moment. And it's like, it is... Kinetic Fusillade, I think the real strength of this skill is that it gives you single target damage like a bossing skill, but it projects damage like nothing else. It projects damage so well because it has chain and explode built into the skill. So you're basically getting chain support as part of the cost you're paying for the skill, and you're getting an explosion, which means that you're damaging, like you're taking out all of the trash monsters straight away. Basically everything about Kinetic Fusillade, it is set up as such a powerful skill mechanically, and it's still very good. The base duration nerf is a big buff, but it's not as big as the attack speed nerf is. So all in all, the mana cost is balanced by the reduced attack speed, pretty much. I think it's yeah, it's actually exactly the same, the mana cost per second. And it's like, the skill is just really good. Really good. Use it in a lot of different ways. But I feel like even though there's a bunch of nerfs to the totem package, the totem package is still fine with it. Kinetic Rain is getting a buff here. This is in the absolute best case scenario. This is 33% more damage. You will not have that in reality. You will have less than that, but it still is pretty solid. Still a pretty solid buff. Exactly the opposite of what Kinetic Blast was suffering as a nerf, and at least the first nerf it was taking. This skill is like, it's serviceable, but Kinetic Fusillade exists, so Kinetic Fusillade kind of invalidates a lot of the other skills that are available. KB had its place. KB's been nerfed by more than KF has. KBOK had its place. KBOK still has its place, honestly. It's still fine. Then we have then we have these things. Basically, Kinetic Fusillade is the one skill to go with now if you want it. Like, it's not nerfed enough to no longer be the best one skill. Lightning Conduit already felt like it had some potential, and it's just better than it was. Lightning Conduit of the Heavens now splashes onto more targets than it used to. It shocks incredibly hard now, and it feels like it's been set up to be used alongside Lightning Conduit, potentially. They feel like they're actually designed to work together there. Lightning Tendrils, this is getting gigabuffed, but it's still a channeling skill. Lightning Tendrils of Eccentricity, this is getting gigabuffed, but it is a channeling skill. Lightning Tendrils of Escalation, this is getting gigabuffed, but it is a channeling skill. Lightning Warp, this is getting a big buff here. Lightning Warp is one of the most sensitive skills in the game to cast time, and as a result, even though it's only 100 millisecond decrease, that is absolutely enormous. Mana Bond, never played around with this. I don't know if this matters or not. Orb of Storms, this is unconditionally a buff. Like, the mana cost is not a real problem on it, and I feel like this is going to be a lot better in the early game. Orb of Storms had this period where it was absolutely hegemonic in the early game. I don't think we're getting back to that. It's not getting buffed enough, but it's still way better than it was. OSOS, no real experience with this one, so not really sure. Penance Mark, this is getting nerfed here moderately. It's still fine. It's still so good you have to use it in certain circumstances, so still basically needed there. Next, you've got Purifying Flame, which is getting a bunch of extra damage on it, but still, like, I've never played with this except very early game, and I'm like, the extra radius is not a lot. The crit is not a lot. I basically feel like it's the same gem it used to be. And I think that's the same with Purifying Flame of Revelations as well. Yeah, it is. And I know that one thing, every time I think of Purifying Flame of Revelations, I immediately think of that Muse song, Black Holes and Revelations. What is it? Supermassive Black Hole. Anyways, that always gets in my head there. Quick Step, I think, is the Ruthless Only movement skill, isn't it? Anyways, Ravenous, this is so niche that it doesn't really matter. Rolling Magma, they are finally going and nerfing it at low gem level, because it was absolutely oppressively good at low gem level, but it's also getting buffed at high level. So if you're the rare soul that actually likes the Rolling Magma playstyle, this is a good change for you. If you hate the Rolling Magma playstyle, then you can forget this gem ever existed. Definitely quite content with this change, because I hate the spell. I'm just, if this deletes it, great. That's my mindset on it. Rune Blast and Rune Blast Teleportation, I'm no experience with those. And we have Shock Nova. Shock Nova is getting a boost to the amount of to the cast speed, but also it's getting more damage. And Shock Nova it's not really ever been playable as skill, but they keep bumping it up. And maybe one day they'll get it there. I'm not sure if they got it there, but Shock Nova of Procession, however, Shock Nova of Procession is getting a boost, which seems really strange given how dominant this has been. The mana cost is getting a nerf, and this is a skill that has a somewhat oppressive mana cost at times, but I was not expecting to see this. Shock Nova Procession was one of the best of the new gems that was added last league. Like, it was eclipsed by a couple of others, but it really did see a lot of play. So yeah, this is something to keep in mind there. Somatic Shell. This is getting buffed, but like, where Kinetic Fusillade is such a good skill mechanically that unless the numbers on it are terrible, Kinetic Fusillade is going to be an amazing skill. Somatic Shell is the opposite. Somatic Shell is cool, but it has a number on it that is not addressed by these. That number is maximum of 6 Somatic Shells. That is the reason that I don't think this gem is really that salvageable. It's too much of a mess that's going on there. Oh, people have pointed out something that I missed there, actually, with Shock Nova Procession, and I made this exact mistake on the Twitch stream, and I forgot about it. Thank you for pointing this out. Actually, Shock Nova Procession is not getting a buff. It is getting a wider damage range, but it is still doing the same damage. So previously it was 263 to 790, so that is 50% to 150% damage. Now it is doing 20 to 180% damage, but it is actually the same average. So that's something I'd missed there, and thank you for pointing that out to me in Enraged Monkey in chat. It is actually not getting a buff. It is getting a nerf, but the only nerf is the mana cost. And I made that exact same mistake when I did my first look at these gem notes on Twitch. Lucky Lightning can change that, yes. And Lucky Lightning, so 20 to 180 is an average of... 20 to 180 is an average of 126 and 2/3. 50 to 150 is an average of 116 and 2/3. So let's call that 10%, is 11% more. Like, so it has 11% more synergy with Lucky Lightning damage, if you get Lucky Lightning damage. But Lucky Lightning damage is really tough to get on things. Like, you can get it. For those of you that aren't sure how I calculated that, what Lucky does with damage ranges, it is mathematically the same. And you can prove this if you know some calculus. You only need like year 12 level calculus to prove this. But the damage is the average of the top, and the bottom. So your average damage is the average. Your average damage without lucky is the average of the top and the bottom. But if you add in lucky, it is the top twice and the bottom once. That's how you work out the average amount of damage that you get with lucky and how good it is. Unlucky is the same in reverse. Unlucky is bottom, bottom, and top. Now, this is only true if the range is wide enough that it is reasonably close to a straight, like it's reasonably close to a straight line, because you can roll 105 to 948, but you can't roll 105.1. So it's, as long as the number of steps is large enough, it's very close. So yeah, that's the value of lucky lightning damage there. It is going to be, with it being 20 to 180, the value of lucky lightning damage is a little bit more than a quarter. So it's about 27% more. Hey, Zanza, yep, it is 3:38 a.m. here, and I would actually often be awake at this hour, but the thing is, I live in a share house, right? And I'm the only person home for this week, or at least for the next few days. So that means that at the moment, I can be up and I can be streaming at 3 in the morning without being antisocial. So yeah. Anyways, Soul of Reaping, this is getting a huge buff. Honestly, this is like, it used to fire 1 projectile all the time, now it fires 3 to 5. This is the hit-based version of Soul Rend. So this is getting the benefits of multiple projectiles free. That is huge, right? That is absolutely massive. It's also getting increased critical strike chance. Soul of Reaping is really getting a lot. Really, really getting a lot here. And Ismat POE is asking, the calculations for lucky, how does that extend to the impact of attack and cast speed on fishing for an ailment roll? This is getting too complex to really say all that much about. Like, I would need to run that through some calculations. This actually is one of the spots. This is the sort of thing, the sort of question that, if you have a bit of a maths background and so you can actually audit the response, this is something to ask a clanker. This is the sort of thing they're very good at if you can audit the results, but you've got to be able to audit the results. So you need to be able to look at their result and say, that is right because X, or that is wrong. You don't necessarily need to do the whole thing yourself. You just need to check every line of it. If you don't have that level of maths background, part of the building does implement something, but it's very rudimentary. I think in general, though, people hyperfixate on fishing for ailments. Like, they hyperfixate on the white room damage, which is the amount of damage that you would do if you're able to do your thing against a boss and without being interrupted at all. In the real world, you are interrupted a bunch, and you've got to factor that in. So, yeah. But basically, if you can hit X ailments before your first one expires, your average is going to be bottom plus. It's going to be the bottom once plus the top X times. It's going to be the average of those. But in practice, you just need to factor in that you're not able to cast the spell as often as you think you are, because you have to move from things. You're always dodging and doing stuff like that. Anyways, where were we now? Spark is getting a buff that is going to hurt for mana. I feel like this mana changes are you're going to feel them if you're playing Lightning. And Spark of the Nova is getting a very small buff here. I actually know it's a nerf because it's losing projectiles. So base Spark is better. Neutral to better. Spark of the Nova is worse. Coughing fit coming. 1 sec. Oh, all right. Sorry about that. That was at least I managed to get the mute on. That was a bad coughing fit. Ugh. Yeah, I don't actually feel very sick. Work dang you. Like, thanks for the concern, but like, I don't feel very sick. I had a cold at some point a while ago, and I've just had a very, very weak, persistent cough since. And oh, it was like that was a bad coughing fit. Like, I'm just glad that I was able to get it running. I don't have an air conditioning running because I'm in the southern hemisphere. It's like not only is it night at the moment, it's just cold currently, and there's not bad air in the house. Like like we've got just it's a pretty mild night here in Melbourne. Like it's probably 6 Celsius outside. So those of you that are in the States, that's like 43, which is not uncommon for a winter's night. Um, oh yeah, I missed cremation of the volcano in Rage Monkey earlier. You did mention this before. Sorry, I was saying something else at the time. Partly, I'm just not that familiar with the skill, so I'm just not in a good position. If you've got your own thoughts on it, mention them in chat. But I've never used the skill, so I'm not that sure exactly. I think we mentioned that it did feel like it looked like it got substantial buffs, but I wasn't in the position there. Sadabel's saying in chat, 43 degrees Celsius where you are, which I'm one of those crazy people. At least until certainly in my 20s, I love that weather. 43 was like maybe a bit past my comfort zone, but a funny story. Like, taking a quick aside from the patch notes here for it. Um, the hottest day that I've ever experienced was New Year's Eve 2006. I think the forecast was 46 Celsius, and I think we hit it. Anyways, I had checked the detailed forecast because I always do this. If I'm heading out at night, I always check the detailed forecast. And I'd seen that it was forecast to have a cool change around 1:30 a.m. So, anyways, me and my then partner, we were going to a party, just a house party somewhere. So she and I had said, all right, we're going to meet there. And I was like, okay, I'm going to need a jumper because there is going to be a cool change. I also like the hot weather and I'm a bit crazy. So I'm just going to walk around the street wearing it, just deliberately walking around on a 46-degree day at the hottest it is in the sun, wearing a jumper just to freak people out and just watching the reactions of people that are like the small number of people that are on trams. I walked into the city. Like, I lived very close to the CBD back. This is back when, like, when ordinary people could afford to rent an apartment in the walking distance of Melbourne. And but yeah, like I walked into the city to catch the tram that I actually wanted to catch. I could have caught a tram, it would have been faster. But I just felt like being a bit silly and just watching the reactions of people as I walk like 2 kilometers in the sun, wearing a jumper on a 46-degree day. Anyways, that's me being a bit silly there. That was definitely that. Okay, another spark is getting affected here. This is getting a spark of unpredictability. This, I think, is mechanically terrible from memory, not having played around with it. It has an additional projectile at all levels. Like, it's definitely getting buffed, even though the damage is, so the mana is worse. Stormburst. Stormburst is getting a bunch of effectiveness of added damage on a skill that gains enormously from effectiveness of added damage, if I remember correctly. I believe that scales decay support. If I'm right about that, there is a Stormburst decay shenanigans thing. Like, there's a lot of complexity to exactly how this works, but it's like the only way you can make decay support work. And the reason decay support is so bad on everything else in the game is because Stormburst with decay, the interaction is so strong. There is also Stormburst Totems as well, which is a very live build, and it's getting better. Tatantiel 2 has guides to this, to Stormburst Totems, so there's definitely a lot of things you can do there. So yeah, lots of weird stuff that's going on there. Stormburst of Repulsion is slightly better. Doesn't actually have... It's interesting that these two lightning skills aren't having any effect on their mana cost either. And they're channeling, so maybe that's the reason they did that. Worked you on why it is that Stormburst and Decay interact. You'd have to look up. You have to look up details of it. I'm aware the interaction is particularly strong, but it's I'm aware the interaction is really good. So people are saying that, yeah, the quality changes are really substantial on Stormburst as well. I'm just going to quickly bring up Stormburst stats again so that I can remind myself of them. Yeah, so it adds flat duration to a skill that has exploding orbs deal 75% of skill damage for each 0.4 seconds of remaining duration. So you scale the damages, you scale the duration as high as possible, and then cause the balls to explode. And if you're using decay, then that ends up being a more multiplier that applies to the entire length of the decay. But also, yeah, like that's the interaction. I just had to check that out there. It's and like you say, there are breakpoints to hit. It's complex, it's messy, but it does some silly things there. And yeah, like you say, quality is massive on it. That is really interesting, yeah. So you've just got to get as much skill duration as you can from anywhere. And like you say, the base duration is base duration is what you get from quality, and it's a big amount of it. So every 30 quality, just getting 30 quality on it is 50% more. Is 50% more duration. Like, that's crazy. Anyways, yeah, it's a weird interaction. It's a janky interaction between Stormburst and Decay, but it is the reason that Decay can't be made better. Is because Stormburst will just run away and go wild with Decay if Decay ever becomes good enough to use on anything except Stormburst. After this, we have Stormcall. Stormcall is getting made faster and also is getting a smidgen more damage, but the mana cost is getting worse. So it's just the standard lightning changes. Stormburst is the standard... Oh, no, it's not the standard lightning change. It's quite a bit more damage because this is a channeling skill. Stormbind of Teleportation is a meme skill. Tornado of Elemental Turbulence is getting more damage, which it needs, but it's not getting enough. Unearth is getting critical strike chance just for thematics. It's not a damage skill usually. Void Sphere is getting a bunch of extra Chaos Conversion, which is actually pretty significant. Chaos Conversion is hard to get more of. That's one of the things that's difficult with a lot of these things. Like, you could use it with Poison, but Poison doesn't really care whether it's hit or Chaos. Void Sphere, though, in general, is usually used just as a crowd control skill and not used very often at all. But when it is, it's for crowd control. The thing, though, that is interesting is Void Sphere of Rending is now hitting a larger area. This is the one that deals damage rather than crowd control. And it is probably in a better spot if you wanted to do damage with it. But whether it's quite there is enough. I think it's something that's, basically a little bit better than it was. Like you say, yeah, Unholy Might is an option. There is a mastery for 40% Physics Chaos, isn't there? It's like, I don't think you're going to get there, but like there might be some content that this is good at. But yeah, like you say, Limit of One Sphere is really rough. If it's used, it'll be for specific content, but ultimately, how does it compare to just like Fire Trap? If you're wanting to deal damage in an area, like, it needs to deal way more damage than Fire Trap's dot ground does. And yeah, like you say, 2.8 is not that big. Like, I don't think it's good enough for something like Blight. Like, Blight, if you have to swap between two sides, that's going to be really clunky. I think I'd rather... And that's one of the situations where monsters do come together as much as possible. So yeah, it's like that's what's going on there. Volatile Dead of Confinement now has a base explosion radius of 2.3 meters. It's got no experience with that particular transfig. Voltaxic Burst. This is a meme skill that the purpose of this skill is like, I was at a house party once where someone put a strobe light in the toilet as a joke. Voltaxic Burst is that. And it's even almost a vomit color, which is the sort of thing that you're going to get if you put a strobe light in a toilet. Like, someone's going to just puke all over the place. Basically, that is Voltaxic Burst for you. It's just like the most blindingly ugly thing you'll ever put on your screen, but it's so ugly it's funny. And yeah, basically, kind of cool idea, but there's so much clunk to this, and you need to get in close, but you need to get in close. It's like, it's Blade Vortex with no quality of life. And it's, yeah, really, really, it's clunky, it's ugly, it's silly, it's funny. But basically, this is one of the worst skills ever made. Vortex. Vortex was instant for a period, and then it was really good. In fact, it was so good it was oppressively good, almost. But with the current times, like the current stats on it, they just aren't there. There's a fun fact: there was a period where people were playing Vortex Ignite, unironically. Vortex of Projection is also getting some little changes, but nothing. Like, I don't think that this is enough. Vortex hasn't recovered from the nerfs it got a while ago. Wave of Conviction is getting a bit of the treatment of lightning spells here. So it's getting cast faster, which is actually really important. The biggest problem with WOC, though, is its damage propagation speed. This is actually the fireball problem too. You fire off WOC and it deals damage, but there's so much of a delay until it deals the damage that it's really painful. So I don't think that the base stats changes here. I don't think these changes are enough. What this needs is wave propagation speed to be faster. WOC of Trathus. This is getting improved. This was already playable. Although, wait, this was usually used as a miner though, and mines are getting nerfed. So maybe not. Now, Winter Orb. People have been saying, like, should I play Winter Orb? Should you not play Winter Orb? Winter Orb is getting buffed quite substantially. Like, so many good things on this. Like, every line of this is good, and Winter Orb was already playable. So it's a skill that was already playable. It's getting a whole bunch of buffs. I feel like if you want to play this, you should stay Elementalist. You don't go in for Occultist. There is power in Occultist, and you could potentially swap to it later. I don't want to encourage you to do power charge stacking with it, because you've got that pesky thing with the with the power charge boots. Like, this is a build that actually wants Ralakesh's Impatience on power charges, even though most of the time people that are playing power charge builds, they supply their own power charges. But the Ramirez rings and also Malachi's loop will be constantly nerfing your power charges. So you want to be at full power charges constantly. And that's the messy thing there. So yeah, basically that's Winter Orb for you. Everything about this skill is getting better. You can play this solo, you can play this solo self-found, which means that even if the items on it for the Occultist version get expensive because of people like Fubgen playing it, you can still make this into a functioning build anyway. And yeah, the Ramirez ring can be +2 power charges now, as can a Precursor's Emblem. So whichever one ends up being better on your build. Ramirez, though, you absolutely cannot use without Ralakesh boots. So keep that one in mind. Ralakesh with the power charge mod is going to be very, very expensive. Mathless doing Winter Orb on a Chieftain. Wow, that's... is that Cold to Fire and Avatar of Fire? Is that how he's doing that? Or is he doing something really spicy that I'm not thinking of? I'm just trying to think where you're getting your benefits out of the Ascendancy from. Pyring, okay, yep. So basically cold to fire. And the other thing you could do then as well, you've got access to a really cheap +3 weapon as well. And yeah, the Arcane Trickster is pointing out that Winter Orb is really rough without cast speed. One of the things that's important is that Winter Orb does pick up the golems. Like golems give you cast speed, and that's something that's really significant with the Elementalist. You get so much out of the Elementalist package. Like you get defenses, you just get so much out of it. Yeah, like there's a lot going for it. And the Calyx, the thing with that stationary node is that that's only damage over time. You're thinking about if you're thinking about Ramako Sun's Light in the Chieftain, that is fire damage over time treats the enemy's resistance as -20, but it does not apply to instant application fire hits. So that's not going to work. That was why I was asking what the purpose was. I couldn't see Winter Orb being used as a I don't see Winter Orb being used as a way of doing fire dot because it's not really ignite friendly at all. That's why I wasn't sure what the Chieftain aspect was. Obviously, you got the defensive aspects of the Chieftain are really good, but I couldn't think of anything else that really made a whole package there. Anyways, Vile Gems. Vile Blade Vortex, getting better. Cold Snap, better. Vile Fireball, getting better, but not by enough. Vile Firestorm, getting quite a few little changes there. The most important one there is base radius going up. Vile Flame Blast is getting quite a chunky amount better. Vile Ice Nova, this thing is getting a lot better. 15% reduced area of effect per each repeat in previously 20%. That's actually quite a big deal on this because this repeats multiple times. This has historically been one of the best Legion clearing skills, Vile Ice Nova, and like it's just miles better than it used to be. Miles better. So Arrow's got a plan for this, does he? That would be, yeah. Oh, okay. So Arcane Trickster's got a potential explanation for the Chieftain set up for Winter Orb is that the whole purpose is that you're a Hinakori explosion build, but instead of doing your first kill with either Fire Trap or Righteous Fire, you're getting your first kill via Winter Orb. That's okay. That makes sense. So yeah, Vile Ice Nova, this is looking way better. Like this is already a fine skill, and it's getting miles better. Vile Spark now has a base duration of 3 seconds, previously 2, a crit strike chance that is better, and a cast time that is better. Effectiveness of added damage is better, base damage is better. Vile Spark is getting buffed in every imaginable way, which is a sharp contrast to the time the Grinding Gear Games posted the words Vile Spark is being nerfed in every imaginable way. We've come a long way in power creep since then. Vile Stormcall is getting quite a lot of chunky buffs here as well, but again, you're playing Stormcall at that point. So yeah, just no. Sorry, but just no. Support gems. Archmage is getting a couple of changes here. So I've just got to check the magnitude of things with respect to Archmage's quality bonus, because I think that's the reason for these changes here. The quality bonus is it's just increased spell damage. So no, it's not. No, this is just actually a nerf. Archmage is just taking a bit of a nerf there. Again, I think probably because they want to have it so that people are not all playing casters the same way. Just back on Stormcall and Vile Stormcall, there was a period where it was really good, but the game was slower then. The game was a lot slower back then. That was back when high tier maps were really rare, and so people would slowly, methodically clear them because you would want to have all your portals to take loot out. You would do so few very high tier maps because they were rare that when you were running one, you wanted to take out all the crafting bases. This is like 1.1, 1.2 era, especially 1.1 actually. That was a time that like high tier maps were really, really, Really expensive, really rare. They were genuinely loot in a way that like even 100% Dully map these days isn't. Next up we have a Ballista Totem. So this was previously 76% damage. It's now 70% damage. This is not crushing, but it is just another little chip away at the amount of damage that you're doing there. Barrage. Supported skills now deal 44% less damage at gem level 20, previously 62%, so that is miles better. More additional projectiles, have more attack time per projectile. This line is actually a negative. So like it's buff, like this is big buff, significant nerf, and have 10% more trap and mine throwing time per projectile. Now has a cost and reservation modifier, though, of 200%, previously 150%. As a net package, this is definitely a buff on Barrage support. Now, keep in mind, there is Barrage the skill gem and Barrage the support gem. This is like one of the worst things about them attaching the word support to the end of every support gem is that they were able to then have Barrage and Barrage support rather than having them as different. Blast Chain Mine is taking a big nerf. So the amount of damage is not very big, but the reservation multiplier is. Like basically this is getting double tapped. And the reason for this double tap is because there's all of these other changes to skill gems. So like they're buffing the skill gems. They need to then nerf the mines because otherwise the mines are going to be the best way to use them. But I think that these changes are pretty big. Cast on Ward Break are no longer uncapped. So you are capped at 8,000 ward. Cast on Ward Break does keep getting better up to 8,000 ward, but then it ceases getting better after that. Cast Wall Channeling, this is getting a buff. It is a moderate buff, but not a massive buff. And it's definitely better than it was. Cast Wall Channeling was already playable, but it's gone from playable to quite a bit better. That's substantial there. Charge Mines. Charge Mines are getting another buff here. This is like the best. This is the best support gem. Was one of the best support gems in the game, and honestly, it kind of still is. I feel like it's still a nuts support. But this was the thing that pushed you into the Trickster when you were playing a miner in the past. Kelix, if you have a look on POE Ninja, you'll see Cast Wall Channeling was definitely getting used by a bunch. Yeah, so Charge Mines was possibly one of the best support gems in the game. It's getting nerfed really hard. It's still so good that you have to use it on a miner. You don't have any agency here. You must use Trap and Mine support. Trap and Mine damage support. You must use Charge Mine support. But the amount better that it is than other things is smaller now. Companionship is now causing your minions to no longer have explosive interactions with things that scale off your minion's life. And I'm using the term explosive there very deliberately. So your minion is still just as survivable as it used to be, but it's no longer going to have a monstrous amount of extra health for things that benefit from having huge health pools. This is still very good when you're wanting to have one defensive minion, but it's no longer doing the same things that it used to do that are crazy. High Impact Mine. High Impact Mine is getting the same nerfs as Blast Chain. Actually a bit more severe, I think, actually. They're both 55% less damage at gem level 20 now, whereas previously they were 50 and 53. So Blast Chain's actually getting less of a nerf than High Impact. High Impact was the more popular one, but basically I feel like mines in general are just, they're not in a good spot at the moment. Even the native mines are pretty bad as well at the moment. Minion Pact, this is just completely obliterated. It's now got a new name. It's not the same thing anymore. It supports spell skills that hit enemies and cannot modify the skills of minions. Supported spells deal 20 to 30 added physical damage for each permanent minion at gem level 3. Has a cost and reservation multiplier of 150%. So the old Minion Pact is obliterated completely. But there's some cool stuff that you're getting out of this, but you really need to build around this. You've got to have an army of zombies or whatever that you can then use with Minion Pact. It will do something significant. It will deal a lot of flat physical damage, but it's just really hard to keep this up. Spell Totem. Spell Totem is getting a nerf to 50% less damage, previously 40%. There's actually quite a lot, but the spell buffs more than, like, often will make up for it. You might not use the same spells you used in the past, but a lot of spells are getting buffs that will actually counteract this and more. One thing that's important is we don't know if the crab totems have the same stats as spell totems or inferior stats. I don't think they'll have superior stats, but they'll be inferior. They'll probably be inferior or the same. So we don't know which of those it is. Unleash. Supported skills now deal less damage when reoccurring at gem levels 1 to 20. Unleash is quite a bit better than it used to be, and that's something to keep in mind. This is a substantial buff to self-cast. Unleash is something that you've got the option of using. You won't always want to use it, but when you do use it, it's a lot better than it used to be. Unleash is a sort of weird thing where the less frequently you're casting spells, the better it is. And that's sort of a weird thing to get your head around, but it is actually quite solid. Next up, we have some unique item changes. These vary a lot. Abrath's Horn, the unique wand, no longer has 20 to 30% increased fire damage. It instead has a whole chunk of global critical strike chance, which was previously lower, and dot multi for ignite from critical strikes. Basically, this is a better weapon than it was, but it is still not good enough to be used except in pretty niche cases. Not very important here. Atziri's Rule. This now has a tremendous boost to spell critical strike chance. This is something that is kind of a self-cast type effect. It's getting quite a bit better than it was. Existing versions are not affected by it, but I still, like, I don't think... do many people try and use this to hit? I think I've only ever... Because the duration between spellcasts on this is so long, I think I've only ever seen it used to ignite. In which case, like, spell critical strike chance is unlikely to be great. It's still an upside to have, but yeah, I don't think this is the buff that it needs to keep up with other things. Especially when all of the other self-cast stuff is getting buffed past it. Perfect Agni meme build, yep, you could potentially do that. Or I guess you could use Elemental Overload too. But no, Elemental Overload with such a slow casting spell. Ugh. Breath of Council is getting a bunch of higher stats than it used to have. But it can, like, a lot of these are just, they're small things that just make something that, like, they make things that you would use to level 85 maybe last to level 87. A lot of these small buffs here on these. Or maybe they make it last to 55 instead of 50. Okay, so Clockwork Menagerie has played around with Atziri's Rule and says that crit is actually viable on it with Abyss dual stacking. So maybe there is something you can do there that's a bit silly with it. Cane of Unraveling is now getting +1 maximum power charges instead of a weak chaos damage mod. And it's also getting just some better stats in general. So the idea here is that it's doubling down on this identity of, hey, we're doing a bunch with power charges on it, but it's also kind of a bit, so it's a weird item for it. +1 maximum power charges isn't enough on its own to push you into using power charges. You need to have some more investment on your character, but I mean, you'll still use them, I guess. It's still crit chance. I don't think there is enough on this item to make me want to use it for any long period of time. Definitely use it early in progression sometimes. However, I'm a bit more excited by Cerberus Limb. Cerberus Limb is a good item already, and it is getting up to 20% increased cast speed as in terms of the amount that it is gaining at the top end. That is actually pretty substantial. Cerberus Slim is already a usable item. This, I think, is from Ahuatotli the Blind. If it's not from him, it is from Kurgle. But I'm pretty sure it's Ahuatotli. And it's a very common drop from the boss as well. And it's just, yeah, like, this is Really, really solid. This item has never been bad. It's kind of not super popular, but that's because it's quite defensively minded. So yeah, I like Cerberus Slim a lot. I agree it's a weird item to fit in because it's got so much messing around. You've got to use a defensive shield, and then you've got to get your damage elsewhere. That's the difficult thing. It is like, I want to use 1.5 shields. That is the theme of Cerberus Slim. It's like, I want to be really, really tanky, and I want to get there by using 1.5 shields, but now you've got some damage from it because you've got that cast speed. I like this item a lot more now. But it's, as you say, as people are saying in chat, it's hard to fit in. Disintegrator is getting better. It is going to give you a chunk of extra damage, physical damage to attacks and spells per siphoning charge. And it's also like, everything about this thing is getting better. It's not been there for a while, but maybe it's in a better spot now. It's kind of cool. Doriani's Delusion is next. These are the ones that come out of that silly map. Doriani's Machinarium. Doriani's Machinarium will not be on the challenges next time, which is a nerf to Delve. And this does not make up for that nerf to Delve. That said, I think a lot of people will be happy with Delve getting nerfed in this way. Basically, Doriani's Delusion is now found on maximum tier boots instead of lower tier ones. They are always found corrupted with a corruption implicit. And the reason that they're coming corrupted with an implicit is because GGG want to do silly things with it, whereby they have massive roll ranges on it. So you can now get these boots, and they'll have a massive roll range, and they are trash tier if they roll badly on the movement speed roll. But then there's also a lot of other things they can roll on them. So that means that this is not divinable. So it's very RNG. Like if you roll under about 25 or 26% on the movement speed, then the boots go in the trash. They shouldn't be able to be 3 for 1. The recipe doesn't usually work on corrupted items. So you need to hit really hard on this. They do grant you level 30 purity gems. One thing that's come up in chat that is actually wrong, you can't feed these effectively to a mercenary because your mercenary will not use the purity gem from them. They can't use skills that are provided by items. So yeah, this item is, I think this is just a nerf to Delve in general. Next up we have Dusk Dawn and Replica Dusk Dawn. These are getting buffed defensively. They still don't have, I think that other staves are getting buffed past them. So Disintegrator is getting buffed in meaningful ways. Dusk Dawn and Replica Dusk Dawn, they are better than they were, but they're not getting enough because when we get to the changes that are being made to rare staves, those are huge. So this is just not getting there. Emberwake. Emberwake is getting quite a lot better than it used to be. And Emberwake also scales really well in conjunction with Volatile Varlorbs if you get lucky. So keep that one in mind. Replica Emberwake is also getting buffed and also is something that scales well with Volatile Varlorbs. I think Replica Emberwake actually even more so. This is the one that from memory has 90% reduced duration of ignites. So if you can get that to roll as like a 78, or I mean it can go as low as 72, I believe, that's going to be fantastic. Felborn Ghost Drive has been nerfed again. This was really ridiculous in the past. It's still probably quite good. Grey Spire unique stuff now has implicit modifiers are doubled. The global damage bonus on it is better. The resistances on it are better. Basically, it's just a better item than it used to be. Grey Spire is not something that's getting there at the moment, but like increased global damage is one of those stats that's very hard to get, especially in these sorts of numbers, and it scales some things that are very hard to scale. Next up, Greywind Unique Axe now has a nerf to it. Existing items of this versions of this unique can be nerfed with a Divine Orb if you want. Gull is getting crushed. Gull is actually getting taken out the back and shot. The increased effect of shrine buffs on you is getting nerfed from 75% to 25 to 50. But the thing that's really mean with this is that volatile Val Orbs, this was actually a good target for volatile Val Orbs. But now, because it's 25 to 50, you are very unlikely to get higher than 50 with a volatile Val Orb. You can get as high as 61 with Miraculous Luck, but you're very unlikely to. So that's something that's really, really significant there. Felborn Heartbound Loop Unique Ring now has a difference to the way that the mana cost reductions work. And I think there's a whole bunch of these. So Hateforge here, rage cost efficiency rather than reduced rage cost of skills. On a home, mana cost efficiency instead of reduced mana cost of skills. Zhokani's Potential, this is tier 0 and it's getting nerfed here. And it's getting nerfed really hard, actually. Really hard. This is going from 53 maximum lightning damage of spells per 10 int. It's getting crushed down to 35. So that is actually a 1/3 loss at the top end. 1/3 of the damage of Zhokani's Potential is gone. This one's crazy here. Felborn Khaleesi's Grace is getting is changing the way. Again, a lot of things are changing the way that they deal with mana cost. So that's just something that's worth noting. Most of the time, they're valuing a 10% reduced mana cost as 20% increased mana efficiency, roughly about the same, which means that small investment in mana cost reduction is going to be better than it used to be. A large investment is going to be worse. And yeah, King of Nevishes is probably right. Zhokani's died so that lightning spells could be buffed. That is probably actually correct. Alano's Remorse Unique Shield now has the physical damage taken from projectile attacks mod being substantially better than it was. Like, it's not tempting me to use this long term, but that is actually like 150 flat damage reduction on it is quite a lot. That's better than it looks. Mask of the Stitch Demon. Animate Guardian, good night. You can no longer use Mask of the Stitch Demon. That is just kaput, gone, splat, pow. Basically, the entirety of this change is aimed, it's quite a cryptic change. It means that this no longer benefits non-players. So basically, this is an Animate Guardian nerf. And also, I think a Mercenary nerf as well. And yeah, it looks like it is. So yeah, basically, this is just kaput, splat. No more having your Animate Guardian sit in an Uber Cirrus Storm and just laugh at it. But at the same time, you don't really have that much agency to keep your Animate Guardian from going into the Cirrus Storm. So yeah. Mask of the Tribunal now has 3% increased mana reservation efficiency of skills per 250 total attributes. Previously, 2%. This is quite the buff. This is going to be like interesting. Like, there's a very niche item, Mask of the Tribunal, but it's quite a bit better than it used to be. Martyr of Innocence is getting a giga buff here. I am not convinced this is enough, but basically 2 mods on it are getting tremendously buffed. So the chance to block attack damage while wielding a staff is shooting up a lot. And that's actually quite important on this. Like, you get the normal defensive benefits of block, but it also has a retaliation thing built into Martyr of Innocence as well from memory. And you're getting this increased fire damage as well. This might get there now. This is a tier 1 rarity unique, so don't expect to see this very often. It's obviously not as rare as Zhokani's Potential before, but this thing is quite uncommon. More of Mischief is next. It's again just the mana cost changes, but I do think More of Mischief is something to keep in mind when thinking about things that you can transfer a mod off with the Enshrouding in Legion. Definitely keep this in mind as something that might be funny to play around with there. Militant Faith Unique Jewel now has 3% mana cost efficiency per 10 devotion. Previously, it was 1% cost of skills reduced per 10 devotion. This is probably actually better in most situations. Mystic Refractor is getting buffed quite a bit. Nebulous is getting nerfed hard. It's still probably best in slot for a lot of builds, though, but it is getting nerfed hard. Namahu's Sign is getting a little buff that is welcome, but is not enough. Praxis Unique Ring is now getting a bunch of mana cost efficiency, and does this currently, I don't think this is replacing a mod. So that could just make it quite a bit better than it was. Not that it's still just going to be mostly leveling gear. I don't think you only wanted it endgame. Realm Shaper is quite a bit better than it was, and plus to level of socketed fire gems in a staff, and the same for cold. This is a better stat than it used to be because the Val implicits are actually really good. This is something for double corrupting now. There's definitely something for double corrupting now. Wrathpinth and Foulborn Wrathpinth are both getting nerfed quite hard. I don't know if this is a killer for the build. For those builds, I don't think it's a killer. I think it's taking life stacking from S tier to A tier. Like, it's still very playable, I think. That's my first thought on it. It is a big nerf, but I do think it's still very playable overall. And we have Shimmeron here. Shimmeron is getting quite the overhaul. I think this is not unconditionally better. It is a genuine series of changes here, but overall, I think this is a better setup. Shimmeron should be seriously considered, but the drawback is more severe than it used to be. 300 lightning damage taken per second per power charge if your skills have dealt a critical strike recently. That is no joke. That is no small amount. But you are getting a lot of extra lightning damage overall. Actually, a little bit less flat lightning than you were getting previously, but you're getting +1 maximum power charges. All in all, Shimmeron is looking better than it used to be, but not for absolutely every situation. Next up, we have the Singularity, which is already quite a good early and mid-end game scepter. Sort of thing you can definitely use up to pinnacle bosses. And it's getting its mana cost changes made. Stasis Prison is here. Now, Stasis Prison's come up a couple of times in chat. This seems to be something that you can get from the enshrouding system. And it's going to lose out on that maximum life it used to have. But it will roll with 80 to 100% increased implicit modifier magnitudes. Now, we don't know the mechanics of getting this, but everyone assumes that it is something that's just an RNG outcome when you enshroud something. And we don't know whether it's rare, whether it's uncommon, what it is. But this can do a lot of crazy stuff at times, especially given that Stasis Prison itself as an item is quite good. So that will be really interesting to see what you can get onto this. Oh, sorry. I'm sort of yawning because it's like 4:30 in the morning. But yeah, so definitely keep an eye on this. The maximum life being removed is probably because it can roll Calm's Heart now, and we don't know whether Calm's Heart is going to give 200 or 250. But there's a lot of things that can potentially bring across, and we don't know all of these mods. Once we find out those mods, some of them are going to be really impactful, I reckon. Stormfire is getting giga buffed here. The amount of lightning damage that's added to hits against ignited enemies is massive. This is way better than it used to be. Terran Shiver, this no longer has spell damage, but instead it has level of cold spell skills as going up to 4 now. And 4 can actually volatile Val up to 5. So if you get one of these and it rolls a 2 or a 3, you might consider volatile Valing it as an option, because like this is now actually a substantially better item than it used to be. Basically, all in all, like it's still an early endgame staff, but it's something that I feel like it's a lot more reasonable not to bypass this. I feel like it's a lot more reasonable to still be using Terran's Shiver all the way up to and including Uber Neglect, Uber Cortex. I feel like you could use this now for that long. You might not, like you might be able to get better, but it's something that's that you just want to keep in mind. Like you can do some pretty silly things with this. One more thing I want to add with Stasis Prison as well is that I don't know how this will work, but it wouldn't shock me if Stasis Prison can actually pull in mods from other slots as well. So like maybe you get a helmet mod or something like that on it. So yeah, keep that in mind. I just realized that when I was thinking of Tara and Shiva and then moving onwards. Tafawa Nuku's timing now has a whole chunk of maximum energy shield on it, and it also has its base effect is now better. Like Tafawa Nuku's timing is quite a bit better than it was. I still don't think it's very good. Tiebreaker we covered, I think, on day 2 or so. It's not very good, I don't think. I'm not sold on it. It's better than it was, but not even unconditionally better. Tukahama's Fortress is now providing a bunch of armor based on the number of summon totems you've got. It already did, but it's giving more of it. This thing is crazy rare, and honestly, I'm just not sold on it. I don't think it's enough. We have Replica Telfall is getting more cold damage based on frenzy charges, and it's better than it was, but not by enough. The real Replica Telfall, is it Telfall or Telborn? It's one of them that the one that has 2 to 3 to the level of cold skills is really solid. Replica Tukahama's Fortress Unique Shield is now granting quite a bit better critical strike chance for brands, and definitely something you could play around with. But again, this is crazy rare, and this shield, because this shield is so rare, it actually dusts for a tremendous amount. It dusts for as much as tier 0 uniques. So it's often really hard to get because you're competing with people that want to use it for dust. That said, dust is probably the best use for it. Valako's Sign, unconditionally buffed, but not... I mean, I guess 150 mana is a lot. People use the Foulborn version of Kikazaru quite a bit. So it's sort of the same thing now with the amount of mana it's giving you. So it's something you could consider. The Vertex is now 50% less mana cost rather than reduced. This is so that it stacks less explosively with things like Inspiration support. And this is an effect on existing ones. Now, Void Battery is getting nerfed. Void Battery is getting nerfed. Void Battery is getting nerfed. This is substantial as well. Even though the drawback on it is being nerfed, and the mana is being improved, the spell damage per power charge, it's like, even if it's perfectly rolled, once you get to 3 power charges, you're already sort of at the back where you were before, and you kind of want a lot more than that. It's like for Void Battery to be good. So yeah, this is quite a lot worse than it used to be. A lot worse. I agree with Calix's comment that like Shimmeron, as long as you can deal with Shimmeron's drawback, Shimmeron is the far superior item. Void Battery, I think, is the backup if you can't deal with Shimmeron's Shimmeron's drawback. So if you don't have like a 90 lightning resist, then maybe you prefer Void Battery. And yeah, so that's basically where I would go with that. And honestly, Void Battery is something that I'm actually... I think it's been... This might be something that's been done in order to make the Winter Orb buffs possible. Because otherwise, Winter Orb would be using Void Battery. They have to have something to keep it from getting too explosive. Void Fletcher is getting a bunch of weird changes here. So it's an ornate quiver now, same as the Maloney's Mechanism, the one that has sockets in it. So you can put 2 support gems in it now. Those 3 support gems. Those can then be used to apply to the actual Void Fletcher abilities. But it gains a Void Charge every second instead of every half a second. So that sort of combination of effects, it's weird. It's possibly better, possibly worse. It's kind of hard to say. But it's just different to what it was. Be interesting, though. Worm Sign is next. Worm Sign now has 10% increased mana cost efficiency per endurance charge. Previously 4% mana cost reduction per endurance charge. So yeah, that's a big source of reduced cost that's gone. Now, Yamax Accord, this is huge. +1 to 2 to level of all Val skill gems. You're definitely divining this to 2 because this item is actually quite rare. But this thing is cool now, honestly. This is probably what Yamax Accord needed. +2 to level of Val skills is a lot. It will apply to the non-Val version of them, and Yamax Accord lets you spam Val skills, something crazy. So this looks really, really, really solid. And yeah, we have synthesis unique items, reduced mana cost implicits aren't available there. We're going to get to some big buffs here, though, in a sec. But firstly, we're going to start with the nerf. That is the synthesis stuff. I did a video on this on how mirror crafting has changed. If you are a solo self-bound player, this is a nothing change to you. If you are a trade league player, this is a massive nerf to anyone that gets 2,000 divines in a league. You won't feel it if you get less than that, except for a couple of the second order effects, like Ritual being worse as a farm. Ritual is quite a bit worse as a farm now because of this, but unless you get like 2,000 plus divines in a league, you won't feel the other changes. Next up, you've got the this is just a quality of life change, like sort of it's quality of life nerf for standard players and it's quality of life improvement for everyone else. Harvest crafting option to synthesize an item has been removed. Again, minimal impact. I won't say none because you could synthesize, especially kinetic ones were really good to synthesize, but negligible impact on people who aren't 2,000 plus Diviner League players. But if you did mirror weapons, you're definitely going to feel this. And Bestiary craft to reroll synthesis implicit modifiers, Vivid Vultures, has been gutted. This means that Bestiary is a much worse mechanic than it was. And the new changes to talismans do not make up for this. Fractured fossils now fracture a random modifier and cannot be used on fractured and influenced items. So this is one of the things alongside the split beast changes. Remember, Granny Games did say that they have pre-nerfed the drop rates of simplex amulets and focused amulets and stuff like that to account for the fact that they were always being split. So they may undo that pre-nerf, in which case you're still going to see the same number of them as you used to. But I think one of the things that could be interesting with fractured fossils, we need to see how these work on esoteric bases. I think that's going to be one of the key things we want to look for here. What do they do in conjunction with just weird bases that might not normally get fractured mods on them? Also, fractured fossils in conjunction with glyphic fossils could be very good in certain spots. I think that's something to definitely watch. Fractured fossil and glyphic together will be really explosive in certain spots. What else do we have here? Yeah, so we're just talking about the split an item in two. Again, with fractured fossils, the same thing. Split in three is, again, sort of same thing. This one's really interesting, though. Fracturing two modifiers on a rare talisman is kind of cool. Like, double fractured items haven't existed since Necropolis League, and they can be very good. They usually aren't. What you want for this is a situation where it's an item you might have beast split in the past. So you want you want multiple high tier mods, but no overall cohesiveness between them. That's when this is worthwhile. Or alternately, I guess you could also apply this if you got a +2 caster one. If you got a plus, actually no, I know what it is. You imprint your talisman first because there is an imprint talisman. You do that first, and then after that, you then go and you hit a +2 with other mods on it being bad, and try to get the 1 in 15 shot of getting the perfect 2 mods, the +1 to all skills, +1 to a category of skills. If you can achieve that, then you can make something really ridiculous here. So that's something that's really solid there. Ancient Orbs, these are getting a very small change, doesn't really matter. Volatile Val Orbs can be used on items that have no mods that can scale outside of range. Now, here's a line that's being misunderstood by a lot of people, I believe, but there are actually 2 interpretations for this, one of which I think is right, one of which I think is wrong, but I will state them both. The first interpretation, I think this one is correct. The hybrid mod that provides maximum mana to your character and simultaneously has reduced mana cost of skills is being altered so that the reduced mana cost is instead mana cost efficiency. That is the primary interpretation of this. The secondary one, though, and this one does actually technically fit because English language is silly sometimes. The second one and GGG have not confirmed this either way. The second one is that mana can no longer be unveiled or crafted on rings. Reduced mana cost, i.e. the Elrion craft, can no longer be unveiled or crafted on rings. Instead, you have a new mod that you can cast. So both of these fit this precise wording. One fits perfectly, one fits on a technicality, but does fit. I think it's the first one, but anyone that tells you that it is definitely the first one is not right. That is something that is like, it's one of those things where both actually do fit. This is my maths logic mind coming in and just looking at the precise wording there. Both interpretations actually work. I do think it is the first one, but I am definitely not going to say it is not the second. That it is not the second one. Again, more changes to mana cost in general. And the openness cluster jewel notable now additionally has mana cost efficiency. Cost efficiency of attacks is getting put in a few more spots. Modifier that can roll on jewels that provides mana cost efficiency. And implicit block modifiers on staves no longer state that they require a staff. Chance to block attack damage and chance to block spell damage modifiers can now both roll on staves. This is actually kind of awkward because, like, whilst these are potentially good mods, they do dilute the pool of damage mods as well. However, there are a bunch of changes that are going to come up on staves later that are really important. So, Elder Influence staves no longer roll chance to... there's stuff around block mods on influence things, just generally getting a little bit better. Moonstone Ring is getting buffed to be cast speed instead of maximum energy shield. The reason this is a buff, there'll be the odd situation where people preferred what it used to be, but generally speaking, the implicit modifiers on Moonstone Rings were too small in most cases. The existing ones will be interesting though, they're legacy and standard. Now, a couple of various wand bases are going to get spell damage again instead of what they used to have. This is just like late backlash to the changes they made with respect to kinetic wands being added. So it's just sort of an extra little tier of that. Here's the big one though. Staff buffs. So staves are getting miles better here. Miles better here. Modifiers to the level of all spell skill gems and spell skill gems of a specific damage type on staves can now go +1 higher than they used to. So in the past, you were capped at +5 on a staff. That would be +3 to cold skills, +2 unconditional. Now you're capped at +7, which is +4 cold skills and +3 unconditional. The lower tier modifiers appear much more commonly, so that presumably is the ones that can roll now, and can roll on staves at earlier levels. Modifiers to the level of all spell skill gems of a specific damage type go up to +4 at the maximum tier, previously +3. So, this thing is kind of crazy. Like, this is really substantial. It's going to make your staves way better. It gives them an identity as I want to go all in on damage, and I'm going to go really, really hard on doing damage with my staff, and just accept that I'm nowhere near as tanky as someone that's using a wand. But someone that's using a wand, obviously, they can use a shield, and they can tank things that you'll never be able to tank. So I really think I like this a lot. The shields have been too good to give up. Now I think there is actually something that competes with them. Additionally, further to this, increased spell damage and single element damage types only for elemental damage. They've been increased at all modifier tiers up to 200% at the cap, previously 164, and various other special mods have also been adjusted accordingly. This extends to increased trap damage, mind damage, burning damage, poison damage, and bleeding damage modifiers on staves as well. All of the highest tier increased spell damage, fire damage, cold damage, and lightning damage prefix modifiers on caster weapons are more common, except for the very highest tier. That's something that GGG are making a common thread here. Like, you can get second best a lot easier, but getting top is hard. Hybrid increased spell minion damage and mana prefix modifiers on caster weapons have been increased at all modifier tiers up to like basically 25, up to quite a bit better than they were. Like, it's so 39 to 49% for one-handed and 49 going up to 86% on staves. Added damage to spells, prefix modifiers on caster weapons are being buffed with larger buffs at the higher modifier tiers and on staves. The highest tier modifier on one-handed caster weapons now rolls up to 84 to 146 fire damage to spells. So that is a 115 average. And that's basically a perfect roll. The top roll is now the average, and that should be the same on on staves. It's now actually not double. So one-handed is 115. Staves I would have thought like they're only 193, so that's interesting. It's not double. That surprises me. There are no longer suffix modifiers for fire, increased fire, cold, or lightning damage on caster weapons. These were small, so they were okay. You didn't mind seeing them, but they were weaker than a lot of other things you could get there. So this is not removing bloat from the pool, but it's removing mediocrity from the pool of mods. Crit modifiers for spells on one-handed caster weapons are better than they used to be. Basically, the low tiers are being culled. And for staves, they are getting better as well. But also not getting better by enough, really. Dual wands is actually superior there. But then again, if you want to go damage, you probably don't want dual wands. You probably want a staff. A couple of mods are getting removed here. So this is reduced enemy stun threshold, no longer going to show up on caster weapons. Stun duration modifiers no longer roll on most weapons, but they can roll on blunt ones as well as axes and bows, and also swords, which is interesting. So you sort of think of stuns being something for for being like heavier weapons, but swords, which are usually pretty agile. Anyway, basically it looks like if it's got a strength requirement, or if it's a bow, then it can roll it still. Top tier cast speed modifiers on caster weapons now have the same weightings as lower tier modifiers. This is a buff. And various daggers are getting buffed here. And we've got added a bunch of new corruption implicit modifiers. So corruption modifiers here are really, really substantial. These are getting buffed a lot. So not necessarily everything, like increased aura effective purity of elements on amulets. That's not very good unless the numbers are absurd. But memorization efficiency of a specific aura on a ring. This is coming at, this is just good. This is just good. +1 maximum charges on rings and on shields and on amulets. Oh, sorry, it's minimum on shields and amulets, maximum on rings. So the rings one is nuts. Like, this means that precursors and emblems can get absurdly good. They're already pretty solid sometimes, but they're now absurd. And there's just so many more valuable double corruptions that you can get on rings now. +2 to maximum fire res on certain slots, cold res, lightning res on various slots, but +1 to all maximum resistances. Note this is quad res, it's not tri res, it's quad res. It includes chaos. And then we have a couple of keystones. Versatile combatant on shields, glancing blows on shields. These are things that people make skill grimages for sometimes. Now, glancing blows is actively bad on a lot of builds as well, so it's not something you're always happy to see, but I think that it's going to be a rare enough outcome that if you have no use for it, you can always sell it to someone that does. And then we have the increased chance to block on shields. This is increased. This can help you mitigate the decreased map mod effect. So there is that map mod that gives decreased chance to block. This mitigates that. This countermands it. Cannot be ignited, poisoned, or bled on belts. Immunity to bleed is very strong because it means that vulnerability curse, which is the most dangerous of the curses, is practically irrelevant to you as well. So it's not curse immunity, but it kind of feels like it. Cannot be ignited and poisoned is less serious. But cannot bleed on belts is really strong. Mana cost efficiency on rings is okay. Increased attributes is probably on the meh end. The numbers on it are too low. And I'm assuming it's all attributes, but still, this is actually just bloat in the pool. 5 to 10 to quality of socketed gems on weapons and shields. Note that that is all socketed gems. So that's something that's quite significant there. Plus 2 to the level of socketed fire, cold, or lightning gems on caster staves. And also Fizz and Chaos are available as well. This is really strong in conjunction with the Crab Staff. And it's also really strong in conjunction with, what else was I thinking? There was something else. Realm Shaper. So if you got Realm Shaper and you got Fire, Cold, and Lightning gems, if you got 2 of those, then you could have a Realm Shaper that has quite a lot of prismatic gem bonuses to that actual gem itself. So a bunch of really cool stuff there. Note this is only socketed though, and it is kind of annoying that it's only socketed. It will change around what you do with your chest slot. Some of your options with the chest slot won't work there. Honor Home, yeah, that's a good point actually. Derek Stevens in chat is pointing out that this actually is actually nuts for Honor Home, and that can be really strong. So you're getting socketed, physical, or chaos gems. It could get boosted further on Honor Home. That's looking even better. Dot multi on helmets and rings. Like that's quite a chunk of it for rings. Critical strike multiplier on rings is another really good stat. It's just a lot of these, not everything, but a lot of these are really good. Light radius on helmets is mostly trash, but there are times that it's not trash, especially with Eclipse Solaris, but also with the Luminary on the Luminary Mercenaries, and there's a lot of stuff you can do there that's silly. Unaffected by various types of ground on boots. This is mid. It's okay. You're not going to complain about it. Unwavering stance. Most of the time, this is not good, but sometimes it's phenomenal to get for free. Chaos resistance in multiple slots is really, really good. And we already know that the best ring base by far in the game is the Amethyst ring for rings that can drop from normal content. So getting chaos resistance there, it's a lot of it. Body armors giving a whole chunk of elemental resistances, although body armors, unless they're unique, that competes with much better stuff. Action speed to boots. Chance to gain onslaught on kill on boots is reasonably strong. Curse enemies with a bunch of new curses on gloves is really strong. And then we have all of these socketed gems supported by X. So, a whole bunch of things here. Added chaos damage is probably junk, but everything else here is really solid on the right type of thing. So, lots more things that just add more and more and more potential outcomes that you can get on corruptions that are looking better. Crit multi on wands and staves. +1 to all fire spell skill gems. Note this is unconditional. This is not just to things. This is not just socketed. And also similar on scepters, wands, and rune daggers for cold and lightning. Fizz and chaos is on rune daggers and wands. And then you have enemies you kill explode. So lots of things here. Arrows chain +1 on bows is just incredible. And I think the idea that GGG are going for here is more incentives to craft an item that is just a bit below what you could otherwise have crafted, but make 5 of them and then double crop them all and see if you hit one. And I think Enraged Monkey's pointing out it's weird that the staff got the corrupted treatment. I think the intention with the reason that they've gone for better things on scepters and wands than they've gone with on staves is so they could justify giving +7 to staves in the normal mod pool. I think that's what they're going for there. But I really love this. Arrows chain +1 times on bows is oh, that is so good. So good to just get one chain. A number of things have also been turned off in the way of corruption implicit mods. I think with the exception of flat chance to block, I think, and sometimes level 21 or 23 aura and curse skills, occasionally they were good, but these are just bloat, mostly. These are bloat in general. There's a couple of things that are not quite terrible there. Increased aura effect of specific aura corruption implicit modifiers now only roll on amulets. Previously, this was available on amulets, rings, and belts. The numbers are higher, but overall, the availability is less. This is a nerf to armor stackers, I think. Like you could potentially get determination and grace. However, at the same time, if you're not trying to stack a specific aura, this means that there's less bloat in the pool of what you can get on a double corruption. Rings with corrupted implicits that used to grant percentage global physical damage, they now give unconditional global damage. That's just straight out buff. Belts that now have life corruption modifiers, they're better than they were. Caster staves now have better cast speed than they used to. Local adds physical, and yeah, these are just now available on war staves. And essentially, like, this is a whole chunk of buffs, corruption implicits. This whole section, like, there are going to be corner cases where this is not positive, but overwhelmingly, this is a buff, and it's going to make mirroring worse in general, because the opportunity cost of the item being uncorruptible is now higher than it used to be. Will incursion belts still give aura implicits? That's a good question. I think the answer is no, actually, Crazy Dude. That's a good point. That is an example where this is a corner case where it's a nerf. In fact, I think the incursion belt is dead now, right? The incursion belt, like the stuff that belts gained was not stuff that you want tripled. I mean, I guess you got this, but that's not great. It's like belts picked up cannot be ignited, poisoned, or bled, which is nice. But yeah. Okay, so the incursion belt is gone out of this. Anyways, the divination cards. Some of these have been turned off. Broken Promises, synth item. Imperfect Memories, synth item. Magnum Opus, synth item. Parasitic Passengers was one for incubators, so they can't be turned in the short term. Apocalypse has just had a change that's been fixing it. Call of the First Ones, this is now going to grant a rare talisman. The Catch and Matryoshka are now going to grant unincubated rewards. And the Home Divination card, which was previously Enlighten Empower Enhance, but it was one of 2 Enlighten Empower Enhance cards, it's now going to grant an exceptional support gem, which will be one of the entire suite of boss ones. A good question. Do I think demand for Corruption Temples will go up? Yes, it will. Yeah, I think Corruption Temples are going to be much better than they were in the past. The Heroic Shot Divination card has been mentioned here, the one that gives you 17 chromes. I think that's just going to be really rare now. I think that's the only change to it. It's just going to be way rarer than it used to be, and otherwise still do the same thing. And actually, the rarity of Heroic Shot is hard to test because it comes from a fairly unfarmable source. I mean, it's not completely unfarmable, but it's not something that you can really get a lot that you can target back to back to back to back to back. So it's hard to judge how rare it is. Ruthless specific changes are very minor. Monster changes, this is a big one. So the rare monster reward modifier that changed all items to armor or changed all items to weapons, these were trash. So these are something you did not want to see. These are being removed, but they are being removed without replacement. That said, they were nerfing the loot that you were getting most of the time. Other reward modifier transformations still have the same chance to occur as before, but the Horn Scarab of Tradition is more powerful as a result of this change. Now, Horn Scarab of Tradition, Grinding Games made it extreme rarity for a reason I do not know. If anyone has a sense of why Horn Scarab of Tradition was made 10 times rarer between 327 and 328, I'm all ears. I do not know why they did it. It's not particularly expensive. It's crazy rare now. I thought they might have done that with Horn Scarab of Bloodlines, but they didn't. They did it with Horn Scarab of Traditions instead. So clearly they might be scared about it. I don't know. But yeah, Horn Scarab of Tradition is now better than it used to be, but GGG made it way rarer. Way rarer. And I don't know why. Soul Eater is getting nerfed on monsters, and exploding orbs are going to explode even if you're out of the area. Possibly because of the phishing implications on Hornscriber Tradition. All right, I need to mute. It's a good comment that's been made there. Arcane Tricks is pointing out that this change for Soul Eater also applies to friendly non-players like Animate Guardian. That is true. I think it's aimed at monsters primarily because it's a common complaint people have, but it's like they're falling off a lot faster. This like transfusion support exists only in standard now. It's not going to exist in the new league. And that was the one that was giving Animate Guardians crazy amounts of souls. I'm not sure that I don't think it's a standard oriented nerf, and I don't think it's something with that's higher. Anyways. Quest rewards. This is such a good change. Faster attacks, faster casting, both purchasable on all classes. Mana infused staff. If you are playing a Templar, Witch, or Shadow, so something int based, you can pick up mana infused staff if you want it, and you can do that after doing Intruders in Black. Next, we have the UI and QOL changes. Animate Guardian is kind of getting just the ability to view it, not anything more than that. So it's pretty minimal. Most of the stash tabs that stack to 5,000 are going to be buffed to 10,000. This actually does matter with Chaos Orbs. I find like Chaos Orbs are the main one here. I guess we'll see if there's anything else that comes up. I have hit 5,000 in various other currencies before. Usually that means that you haven't changed your loot filter tight enough. Repeat applying currency items is now going to be smoother. This is for fusings mostly. If you're spamming fusings on an item, it will drain them more intelligently from your inventory. It will be less tilting the way that it does it. And some slight changes there, but nothing. I'm just looking if there's anything else significant. I don't think there is. In the bug fixes section, there were a bunch of little things. The most significant here is probably actually the first one. Sniper support was granting triggered skills 2 additional arrows, which was never intended. And elemental hit area of effect modifiers were applying twice. This was base alley hit. This is getting fixed. And then there were a few other things that were like really low priority stuff, like Dying Light Divination card could not be obtained from Maven's Invitation to the Feared. Like Dying Light is a card that hasn't aged very well, and very, very rare card as well. So lots of silly things that were happening here. One that's significant, I think actually this kind of hints at the possibility that the strong boxes, the operative strong boxes might be present in this league. All Scarabs are the same type strongbox modifier. That couldn't roll unless there's operative strongboxes around. So that might just be something they're doing as a change there for future. But oh yeah, and Immortal Call's been the negative charges thing has been fixed on that on Immortal Call. Just thinking what else is there that was there wasn't much else that was significant here from memory, and that will actually be the end of it because there were 3 little changes that were made, but we've already covered them. So Armor Brand of Volatility, Void Fletcher, and Mystical Infusion were all discussed. But those are the things that were changed after the very first reveal of the patch notes. Anyways, that has been a much longer stream than I was expecting. I didn't expect that to go for 4 3/4 hours. Harmony of Purpose, you want... Oh yeah, Harmony of Purpose, there was something big with that, wasn't there? One sec. Fix the bug where the random shrine buff gained from Harmony of Purpose could pick the same shrine twice in a row. That was not intended. Now, that is actually a mechanical change there. That's important because picking the same thing twice in a row with a sort of increased duration you could get, not that you can get quite as much of that now as you could. That one actually does matter for Guardian Harmony of Purpose specifically. Anyways, I'm going to say that is probably the end of this stream. I thought this was only going to be like 2 hours and it's ended up going for like 4 hours 47 according to OBS's timer. So way longer than I thought. It's probably probably going to be dawn in an hour and a half now. I don't know whether I'm going to pull an all-nighter or not. I might actually want to pull an all-nighter and just sort of change around my sleeping patterns. I think that is what I'm going to do. I don't do all-nighters very well anymore. I used to be fine with them in my 20s, but I haven't been in my 20s for a long time. So I guess that's going to be... I think I need to just change my sleep schedule. Like, otherwise, I'm going to end up completely crangled. Thank you all. I'm going to say, may your Varlorbs have cursed results, the exact results that you all deserve. And I will probably see you at some time, today, with my thoughts on whatever Grinding Gear Games decide to put up. May your Varlorbs have interesting results.